Why? Don't know why. That is going to be tough. Um, yeah, young GM, 2500 as well. Just brutal. Okay, I'm going to make some tea and then we should be into it. Yeah, right. But I mean, of course, he's going for GM. Hello, everybody. All right, so chat is now synced up. If anyone is in Dojo, hello, hello. We have had the first move, and we have had c4 and knight f6. So knight f6 hasn't appeared on the DGT for us yet, so our opponent is taking a little think. I would imagine he would have been prepped for c4. Oh, he did take a bit of a think. Okay. But Kostya has played c4. I've seen him play a bunch of c4, so yeah, probably not entirely unexpected, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay. But so far so good. You love it when your opponent takes a good think. Now, they're thinking, he's probably thinking, what's best for me to play? So the thing with someone taking a thing like this at this level and this strength, I doubt he's been surprised, but he might just be thinking into his files, into his repertoire, on what is the best thing to play against what he has seen come from Kostya as well. Because he will have analysed Kostya's games, the type of things he plays. And yeah, there also might be some psychological edge or game being played as well. So, I mean, it's over 3 minutes, this thing. So this was a quite a long thing. Wow. Okay. Wow. Yeah. So from about 1719 to... Yeah, we should see the move come through on the DGT any minute now. Because it was about a three and a bit minute thing. So I imagine we'll see it very soon. So I'm just trying to sync up the video so we've got this as well. All right. Yeah. Great. Knight f6 played. So that was a 3.5 minute think on move one. Knight f6 is a very flexible move to see what your opponent is doing. So I'm wondering if he's trying to surprise Kostya at all, or just trying to wait it out and see, because obviously Suyarov, I'm going to say. I apologize for any mispronunciation of names. But yeah, he will be ambitious. He wants to win this. He might be trying to just wait it out and see the type of thing that Kostya is going to go into. Because he could try and be a bit more forcing in a certain line he takes, I guess, but he's leaving the decision to Kostya to decide what to do. So Kostya could play d4, where we can transpose into lots of things, like a Nimzo or a Queen's Gambit declined. Kostya can also just jump in and play knight c3, for example, which is kind of an English... standard kind of English move. Knight c3 would be the main move. Then there's g3. So it's like Ango. It's still kind of English, but there's potential for like Catalan or Neo-Catalan kind of stuff. But there's so many responses. I think knight c3, g3, knight f3 is probably a move as well. Obviously d4 will get a lot of transpositions into a lot of other. Would you rather have 4 arms and no legs, or 2 legs and no bacon? Oh. But when you say 2 legs, that's just normal. I have 2 legs. So game over, Jesse. I know this is crazy, but bacon. Bacon is not... I could do without bacon in my life. I think bacon's a bit overrated, in honesty. The hard-hitting questions already being asked by chat. We love to see it. Oh, and hello, YouTube. Hello, YouTube. I forget that the YouTube chat is also up and running. Okay. So we see c4, knight f6, and then d4. So d4, straight out the gate, like I said, we can transpose into a lot of different things. I think most common would be e6, going for knight c3, bishop b4, and then some kind of Nimzo setup. So Nimzos, you can play queen c2, e3, knight f3, you can play a3. Oh, that's h3. So yeah, the opening is just we'll start transposing to stuff, and we do see a Nimzo, so this is interesting. I'm actually, you must be Spider-Man. I was worried you were only looking at yesterday old Twitch. Yes. Oh, is the are the titles all up to date as well, guys? Something I did not check real quick. Just got to make sure that we are cool. Cool. Yep, it's round to it. Great. Okay. And we get e3. So this is like a very normal Nimzo Indian line. There's nothing groundbreaking here, but the Nimzo is a great opening for black against kind of d4, c4, knight f3 setups. Thank you, Game Over Jesse. So a lot of the idea with the Nimzo, or part of the idea, is that on a3, for example, if black were to, or you can play d5, if black were to castle straight away, or yeah, I think castles is probably main move. And after a3, we will actually take on c3, and we play against these doubled pawns as a long-term weakness. Straight away, you'd go do something like c5, because if white were to take, that would be not so great for white. You have the triple stack, and it's really hard to get around these pawns with your pieces, right? Sometimes you can have doubled pawns, or on the rare occasion a triple stack, and it's about the control that they have over the board is immense. But the problem is like they're quite limiting for your pieces, because they're very stuck in the way. How many playing games would you need to play against Hans to beat him? Yes. Far too many. Although a friend of mine, you might know him on YouTube. He's Tushar, or Goofy Chess on YouTube. He beat Hans playing the one and only Alien Gambit as well. OTB, 3-minute blitz, equal time. Hans wasn't really taking it seriously, and then when Tuchar was winning, it was suddenly Hans took it seriously and played blindfold game against him. But Hans also moved the pieces blindfold. Hans has the board awareness to know where the pieces are, and he would reach and play a piece completely blindfolded. It's crazy. All right. So e3 castles, and then we get bishop d2. So white has decided to undo this pin. And say, you know what, I don't want to deal with the double pawns. Bishop d2 is, looking at the master game database, is the third most played move as well. So, okay, although maybe not a sideline, although maybe not a main line, practically speaking, it means that if we were to take, we can play bishop c3, and we have the bishop pair, which long term is a great advantage to have for people at this level. So especially without the damaged pawns and things, the thing that we would want to do is start opening up the board. Now, knight e4, you can probably get the bishop pair back, in fairness, but we gain that with development, and we'll see how things go from there. You wouldn't necessarily want to trade, and these guys will be better than, you know, the beginners who pick a piece, move it 10 times until it gets lost, and then pick another piece. We will probably see some more dynamic development because we don't want to give our opponents development with capturing, etc. Okay, so bishop d2, again, stopping this doubling of pawns, which is fine. Striking in the center with d5 is probably an option. White is uncastled. So the more action we can generate, the better in general. If we can take advantage of the king being in the center, now we don't really have the pieces to attack. So, but I think d5 would make a lot of sense to me from black. Okay, but we do get so maybe a quite an ambitious way of playing is g6. B6. So we're going to fee encounter the bishop and try and put pressure on the g2 square. So after b6, we go knight f3. And the question is, where do we want this light square bishop? We do probably want to castle kingside. Game over, Jesse. I will correct you on that. It was 20. Because Magnus said he would sober up throughout the game. I'll have you know on that quote. So I don't think it's like 20 in terms of 20 in one go and then play a game, because I don't think Magnus would get out the opening. Thanks, Game Over, Jesse. Well, I don't know if you're talking about me or Chess Dojo, but either way, Chess Dojo are definitely worth subscribing to if you haven't already. My YouTube doesn't exist very much. I do collabs with some other people, but I'm mostly on Instagram. Okay, so we get bishop g7 and bishop d3. So bishop d3 is essentially saying we want to attack the king side. So a good like rule of thumb that someone once taught me is that same for black. Where you put your bishop is about whether you're playing on the king side or the queen side. So essentially, Coach is saying I want to play on the king side. So this is where my play is going to be in the long term. If I put my bishop on e2, we're not attacking the king side, and it's more about this diagonal on the queen side, and maybe there's lots of f3, bishop to f3 and stuff like that as well. So d5 gets pushed through, which makes sense. It opens up the d7 square for this knight, which then supports c5. And also just ask White a question. What do you want to do with the tension? Do you want to leave it or do you want to take it? Now, because we've stopped this pin, we do have some control here, so we could play takes. For example, on knight d5, we can just chill, we can castle, we can play knight d5, and maybe there's a world of e4 as well. But because the pin's not there, we don't have any annoying like knight takes, pawn takes, and bishop check, which could like pick up a rook and things like that. So yeah, all very normal play, all kind of makes sense. I'm wondering if on knight takes d4, you probably want bishop d2 first, queen d2, and then I like bishop takes, but then e4 is actually annoying. So maybe we just play pawn takes. I never know when we think out of the bishops when you should block them and when you should try and make them free. c5 is an important push for us to try and free the pawn at some point as well. So black will always be trying for c5, especially now there's no e-pawn. Okay. Oh, okay? You've seen the 4-player chess collabs. I see. I see. Um, spill the beans. Twitch or Instagram. Houseline TV on Instagram. Houseline on Twitch. Houseline on Twitch. Funnily enough. Okay. So, with all of this play, I mean, this is all very standard so far. With d5 pawn takes, and then rook c1 makes much sense because what we have done is we've opened the c file, and we want to be the active people to use that. If we can stop c5 breaks, I feel like that's doing pretty well for us. Because if we can successfully stop c5 and they push it prematurely, then we have an isolated pawn to play against, which is quite nice, and we can blockade it with a knight, for example. But yeah, we're trying to take control over the c file, and then what is white's plan, or what is black's plan here? So what pieces are not great? Essentially, is the general gist. So there's a few moves on master database here which have been played. Our opponent's been taking a lot of time, which is kind of funky. Kostya has also taken a little bit of time. So he's on 128. So we're only on move 9. So maybe we're getting to the edge of theory. But this still feels like a relatively standard position. I don't know whether our opponent is trying to just get a game, which would make a lot of sense. Our opponent has also been very thoughtful about the position, which is kind of nice to see. You do see this with the top level players, and with Dojo, there's a rating graph that we have for your time usage, and it's really valuable to see. And you can see actually a lot how and when a lot of the mistakes are made due to time usage or the lack of time you have later on in the game because you haven't used your time effectively or efficiently. So after rook c8, like, what are the plans for each side? So I think it's probably good for us to break down the position. And what have we got going for us, and what have they got going for them? Sam. Oh, yes, of course I can, Sam. Let's do it. Okay, so. Okay, my keyboard, I literally just updated the firmware and it keeps disconnecting. It's killing me. Now I want to roll back the firmware because I have to unplug the dongle and replug it in, and then the keyboard will connect for like 5 minutes. Very frustrating. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, we're connected. You better stay connected, buddy. So c4, knight f6, and then d4. So transposed into a Nimzo with some move order stuff. Okay, this keyboard thing is actually killing me. What? Why on earth? Why on earth? E3, castles, bishop d3 main move here, knight ge2. So bishop d2, we're going down a bit of a sideline, still very, very played, not completely obscure, but versus the main line, it's kind of third choice. And then we get g6, knight f3. Our opponent spent 3 minutes on knight f6 as well, Sam. 3.5 minutes on knight f6. So he was really deciding what kind of game he wanted, I assume. Because I don't think we surprised him with c4. I think Kostya has played enough c4. So yeah, the only thing that I was thinking is that he's just thinking about what's what. So bishop b7, bishop d3, d5, cd5, ed5, and castles. And rook c8. c8 castles. Rook c1. Rook c1. Which is a good, I think a really good shout. Because I've got the master games up or on the sidebar, and castles is the move that's most played, but actually black has had really good results, whereas the rook c1 seems to be a critical choice. Good morning. How did Kostya won yesterday? Fairly smoothly. So that was good. He said he felt on form. He felt good about his chess. So hopefully we'll have some good games today. Yeah, he had a good game. He enjoyed it and stuff. We also dipped in on Zach's game real quick. You quite like the lines here with knight e5 and f4. So the question is what I was trying to get at is what's the plan for white here? Or the black here even. Oh my goodness, this keyboard thing is. Why? I'm gonna roll back the firmware. You make one little update and then boom. Keyboard doesn't work. I'd love to see it. Okay. So our opponent plays a6. Now I was trying to figure out why do so. The question is it to stop knight b5 and hitting c7? Is that the plan? But after a6, Kostya plays knight e5. He wants to play bishop d6. And so he wants to play bishop d6 and stop knight b5 to hit bishop d6. Yeah. Okay, so you want to keep the bishop pair. Essentially, a lot of chess is about keeping the bishop pair. The better I've gotten at chess, the more I realize this. Like, if you attack bishop with knight, you should probably move bishop. And so it's a good rule of thumb. Usually bad. Why not bishop d7? Not possible. The bishop pair is quite significant. In top levels, it's just the meta, right? Okay. So your games are always so hectic that it doesn't really matter. Good. That's the way we like it. All right. So, as Sam suggested, bishop d6 was the play because this bishop is doing nothing, and this bishop is actually a better bishop than this one. So, a6 is preventative because we want to keep the bishop and we want to put it on a square where it's doing something else. The question is, why should it be bishop d6, Sam? Meet and lock the bishop out. So next up is like b5, knight c8. Knight c8. Wait, what? Knight c8, rook c8. Sam, you're doing a me with coordinates. Okay, so next up, c5 would make sense, right? We want to undermine the center. We can't take because we would lose a knight. So c5 undermines the center, makes us think about certain things. It means we might get an isolated pawn. We could try and trade a knight as well, but I would assume f4 is a plan, so maybe even f4 now, so f4, c5. So we don't have this problem. We can take back. This square is now an outpost, but we've got it covered quite nicely at the moment. But we probably want to get castled as well before we start doing anything in the center. Then we can think about how we want to trade. So I don't know if knight bd7 or knight c6 is probably a plan. They're pieces that need to be developed. Quite simple, quite chill. Castles and knight c6. Yeah, knight bd7 probably isn't so good. Why not? Is it because it just doesn't force the issue? We can do what we want. Yeah, because it doesn't force the issue and it doesn't control the central squares. Okay, great. Now, I've been reading Silman recently. Oh, let's see if moves have come through. Okay, so we do have had bishop d6. So a likelihood is f4. Also, castles. Why not? Why not? c5, we can go f4 afterwards, I guess. There's some small amount of games that have been played with knight e2. Keimer played this in 2021 and got a draw with knight e2 specifically. Knight e2 seems like maybe some new theory then. Because knight e2 has been played by some tough players. Although, actually, whoa, Vincent was 25 knight e1 in this game. Crazy. So maybe not that new. Okay, so we do see castles and c5 on the board with f4. I think Kostya is fairly comfortable with this. And the board's not keeping up to date, which is a little annoying. Also, is the video syncing? Or okay? Oh, no, sorry. No, so we saw f4. We did see f4. We didn't see any castles. We went through the other line. Okay, so we saw f4, c5. Now Kostya is yeah. It looks like he's having a think. He doesn't look too perturbed, or like he's super locking in. Probably just trying to remember some move orders. It's always interesting to see when people are out of book. So the question is can we tell if Kostya is out of book? So castles, knight c6, knight e2, rook c8, bishop e1. No mistakes so far. Well, I'd hope not. It's only moved 12. It's only moved 12, and they're both chess masters, you know? But obviously, we are rooting for the one, the only Kostya. The point of bishop e1 is to reroute the bad bishop to h4 and trade it off. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like, what piece is bad? Let's get rid of it. Now, our opponent is like, I feel like he's locking in trying to just remember certain aspects of the position. All right, Kostya does actually look like he's having a bit more of a think. Is he looking up? I can't tell if that's a recollection, but he's just okay. But the opponent looks like he's really trying to go into deep recall mode. You and me both, game over, Jesse, in fairness. I do usually make mistakes, you know, move one or two. You're only 1300. That's good. 1300 is better than you're in a top percentile. Uh, okay. We get castles. There we go. Okay, why? Sorry, guys. I've got some keyboard issues, which is really throwing us through a little bit of a loop here. Annoyingly. I might just factory reset the board. But we can do that afterwards. Maybe. I am using Bluetooth on keyboard. I literally updated the firmware today, like just before this, and then yeah, and it started. Started having some problems. But yeah, it's okay. Hello, Edwig. All right, so we get castles. We love to see it. And what is reassuring is our opponent is taking time. I just can't tell whether he's making decisions on how to play Kostya because this guy is strong. He's a young GM. He's 25, 35. He's from Uzbekistan. His performance rating so far is obviously one round's worth, so it doesn't make too much difference. But this guy's a good player. Oh, sorry, he isn't IM. My bad. He's in 25, 35 IM. So he's pretty much a GM. His chances would be higher than everyone else game over, but the candidates is like a tournament that is so hard to win. And it could go any way. It's just one tournament, right? But Magnus was won more tournaments than anyone else who is currently in the standings and consistently manages to do so even from behind. So if there's one person that I would put my money on in a candidates, it would be Magnus still. He probably just needs his last norm. Yeah, he probably just needs some norms. Yeah. Whose opponent's opening has already gone wrong? Are you saying Kostya's opening's gone wrong? because I would love to know your insights. So castles has just happened, which I think is hey, move. And like you say, knight c6 is probably on its way. Oh, Zach's. Oh, we haven't checked in on Zach's game. Can someone share me the link to Zach's game on Chess.com, and then I can pop it up and I'll pin it as well. If that, sorry to ask, guys, but it saves me doing some tech. So yeah, again, opponent is having a good think, and we do get knight c6. So what are the pros and cons of our position? Thank you so much, Edwig. Oh, sorry if that, yeah, I'm assuming you can put links in chat. I didn't actually think about this, but it's a chess.com link. I think we're cool. And we'll go. Okay, so Zach is playing black as well. English 4 knights. We go for this kind of Maroczy setup. And we take the pawn here. We take this pawn, bishop here. And we've taken with the bishop. So if you take with the bishop, you'll double the pawns, and like that's worth it. So worth it. Wow. And if you take with the pawns directly, then we're chilling, right? Our knight can come here, blockade these pawns. This bishop's kind of sucky. Maybe you want to come and attack the knight like so. I'm wondering if there's other ways we can try and do this. Maybe knight back here, knight here. But yeah. Okay. This is bad for black. Zach is black. Yeah, this looks terrible. There's a pawn. This is the kind of game I win. Like, in terms of, like, if I can damage the structure, then I usually, like, I would be okay. So, Kostya's game, we get knight c6 and knight g4. As I was rudely interrupted by being interested in Zach's game. Knight g4, I guess, kind of makes some sense. Because if we were to take, we're just improving black's position slightly, and then them taking is also kind of annoying for us. But I don't know. Let's say we make another move, like knight e2. Our plan is actually to reroute the knight. Interesting. And then we go bishop e1, bishop h4 to trade it off, like Sam was saying another time. Okay, so we decide that we want knight g4. And for example, if knight takes, queen takes, we're kind of pointing pieces towards the king. But we are, however, looking at some, okay, maybe not huge complications, but it looks like we're going to sack a pawn for some beautiful bishops. So what is the plan? What are the pros and cons of the position from a noob's perspective? Have you ever played a tournament? What was your best? So I played loads of tournaments with Kostya, actually. I was in Rilton in Sweden with Kostya. I was in Sitges with Kostya. I was in Vigevano last year with Kostya. I was in Maya with Kostya. Me and Kostya played like a whole bunch of tournaments, kind of back to back. My best, I say my performance in Rilton wasn't amazing. I think I scored 50%, but I played some of my best chess there. In Sitges, I was beating a 2100. And I blundered a small draw tactic, so I was playing well there as well. So Sitges and Rilton, I played some really good chess. And my performance ratings were like 1900, 2000s. So that was good. I'm currently 1780 for reference. The European Small Nations, I played for Team Jersey. I beat 2 masters. So that was some of my best chess I've ever played. So that was cool. And yeah. So actually, that was my best. Okay. So Kostya's gone up, walked away. He's still ahead on the clock. I think he's fairly comfortable with the position. It seems like he knows it. or knows the themes and thematic ideas. Whether he's completely in book or not, I'm not sure. So knight g4, queen g4. There's a lot to understand and calculate, but I feel like Kostya probably also knows this because you've got to look at all of these scenarios where we're doing all of this kind of stuff. F6 is probably required because ew, what's going on? The thing is, on F6, are we weakening the how much are we weakening the light squares? Check rook takes queen takes. We're still like down a pawn, but on F6, do we just reclaim the pawn? Or do we just keep attacking? Actually, queen h5 makes more sense because here, this is still kind of annoying. Whereas if we go here, we can actually sack if we want to. And this looks like death, right? So black probably doesn't want to go down this. Now, there's probably other ways we can go about this. You're tripping today. And on CD4 directly, we can play knight f6, queen f6, knight d5. We gain some tempi. And then the queen can go back, all the way back. And then we can either recapture or we solidify the knight on e4. And then you can question the knight. But we're saying that there's lots of tempi been wasted, and these pawns are an asset, and this is a weakness. I mean, these pawns are blocking the position quite nicely. Our pieces look kind of interesting. We are blockading, and like the bishops are currently blocked by the pawns. Yeah, but I also have the benefit I'm playing through it, right? Like when you're sat at a board calculating this stuff, it's so hard to see. And also, like, I looked at one line, right? There are other options. After queen takes g4, maybe there's a world you can move the knight and attack the bishop. I would quite like to do this, though. We're supporting the knight and the bishop are supporting this pawn, so it's no longer hanging. And then the bishop's covering here. If c4, then, like, I think I'm chilling. Kick the knight back somewhere. I mean, the knight can even pop in here. And then we're just playing against like the pawn structures rather than anything else. So yeah, that's a whole other way to play, right? I just looked at one thing. Hello, Fendi Furry. Welcome in. So our opponent is still thinking. He also looks pretty chill, like extremely chill for someone who's down 18 minutes on the clock. Are we up to date? And we are still in the realms of territory in terms of master games. Kostya, I think, has chosen a really nice line here. Now, what other lines? So knight b4, I'm wondering, is that annoying? Because on bishop b1, what are we doing? We can go c4 and try and like clamp down on the position. What else can black do? Yeah, I like c4. And then on a3, I guess we just pop back. Everything hangs, so this can't be. Maybe we don't pop back, but we still have the problems. Maybe we take on b4 first, and we could try and dismantle one of these bishops, and just say, all right, we'll probably lose this pawn, but you actually getting a pawn through is going to be extremely kind of hard. I mean, there are worlds we can pop back, but I'm wondering how fast all the attacks come, which does worry me a tiny bit. Unless there's some F5, which I just don't believe in at all. Like something like this looks crazy weakening. Yeah. But knight d3, bishop d3, cd3. I mean, getting to this pawn is going to be kind of hard. And I don't see an immediate way to get this pawn, but maybe there's like bishop e1 plans again. It's like rook d1, bishop e1, but yeah. We're not in a rush to get this pawn. All right, game over, Jesse. You can get a FIDE rating, and I think it's worth getting. And yes, the lowest rating you can get in FIDE is 1400. So if you beat a rated player and play 5 games against rated players, you will get a rating. You just need a score of 1. Check out Zach's game. Okay, so we get e4, c4, e5, e4. Knight c3, knight f6, knight c3, knight c6, e5, e4, and then h6. Really interesting idea here. It does seem to have thrown his opponent because they strike in the center with the one, the only d4. H6 also means no pins in future. This is double attacked, but Zach had this idea that he gets e4 and a much better pawn structure after something like bishop d2. Takes. And look at this. Like, this is pretty glorious. We're probably going to pick up this pawn. I mean, we're most certainly going to pick up this pawn. Rook here just doesn't feel like the one. We actually have a check. And you can't hold this pawn either. So for something like this, for example, how are you going to hold this pawn? And maybe even we just push, right? If the king steps on this file at all, then, you know, GG's. But this is cooked. I wish I had a video of the opponent of Zach's game here. So a score of 1. A score of 1 within your first 5 games will give you a provisional rating of, depending on it's not you'd automatically get 1400. You don't start off at 1400. You start off with whatever the rating calculation comes out at. So if you beat a 1600 and you lose to a bunch of 1400s, then maybe it'll be around 1400. That's definitely true. Game over, Jesse, for sure. But it's the first time I've spoken about it publicly, so you know, you gotta be careful. They did. I don't want a Netflix documentary made, you know, about the beef. Other people can have that. Okay. So, knight g4. Still, opponent's still having a big think here. So I think this is a good sign. I think Kostya's has good prep. I really wonder if the opponent was expecting a different opening from c4 even. Like, yeah, maybe this is Kostya's secret weapon. Yeah, Diet Dr. Pepper is definitely good bribery material. About Kostya's game, both capturing knight g4 and cd4 are not good, right? So what should black play? So I am no expert. right? I will front this right now. I don't know. I think knight g4 is a way of playing. I just quite like the general trend of the position if you go down something like this. But it is critical. But I imagine Kostya is prepped for it because we're intentionally going down a pawn for this amazing activity. I mean, look at these pieces, right? Now, do we have to go down something like this? No, not at all. Not at all. And something like c4 could just be annoying. But I still like the scope of our pieces. This bishop is still bad, and we have this big hole on e4, which essentially... we can't do too much about right now without really, really simplifying. It would be great to be able to get a knight on like e5, right? But it's not an outpost yet. So do we have any outposts in the position? No. But we definitely need to keep control over e4. Now, I don't think you're getting there anytime soon because you need knight f6. But I don't know what the plan is here. And like, okay, so one of the things is like, okay, so we've got a position. And what pieces are bad? And Jesse said this in a game review I did with him, Jesse Kraai. I think White's attack is rather strong with ideas like Queen h5, Queen h6, Queen h5, g6, and Queen h6. So Queen h5. All right, so let's say knight e7. The thing is, knight e7, Queen h5. I'm chill with g6 and maybe even just rook knight here. Maybe not. But why g6? Could also be h6. g4 looks scary though, right? Yeah. I feel like we can challenge this. Maybe we can play f5 ourselves. Which, yes, I know. Looks kind of scary. But maybe h4 is the play in that scenario. But f5, g4, I'm not afraid of taking at all. Maybe I am a little bit. Maybe I am a little bit. Maybe this is a bit much. No, maybe knight g6, and then we're trying to just prompt some weakness. Nah. Yeah, you're right. This does feel scary. Maybe f5 immediately instead of this g6 stuff. Because now we're... yeah. I mean, we just play knight f5. What am I saying? I don't know. I think it looks scarier than it is. We do have pieces that can come and defend. Oh. How do you feel about Jan winning back-to-back candidates, losing to Magnus and then losing to a runner-up? I think you've got to be an incredibly high caliber of player to do that, and losing to a couple of players in games doesn't change that. Like, what shows is how you perform in tournaments consistently, etc. Wow, our opponent is really going in on the position. This bodes well, I guess, for Kostya. But our opponent knows how to use his time, right? We are 13 moves in, so we've only got... is it move 40? We get extra time. So I'm assuming some of the moves will come thick and fast. But the question is this calculation or recall? And Kostya's just been chilling. He's got up from the board. He's walking around. I hope he's getting like a snack or a coffee, checking out the sunset. Hey, Z-Term. White starts to have rook f3 ideas too. Yeah, right? Benefit of f4 and this diagonal being blocked. So, I mean, let's have a look. Okay, so queen takes. Let's say knight e7. Queen here. I think f5. And you're saying rook f3 maybe? Okay, rook f3, rook f3. Because g4 feels a little loose, but we could... No, g4, yeah. Let's just say rook f3, I guess. Oh my goodness. Let's say we play risky, right? And we just do this. We've got rook f7 as well. g4 takes knight here. We can maybe push c4 in the meantime. The thing is, this knight is kind of blocking our position a little bit, so maybe we don't want g3. Just maybe. No, because we lose this pawn as well. Ah, you know what? We offer a queen trade and say, where's your attack? Like, if we really want to kill the queen trade, I think, kill the attack, I think we just can. Because also, we can do something like this, and then just go knight f8. And just say, all right, come at me. And then maybe we go g6, or rook here, or rook here. I actually think we hold quite nicely. And then our bishops are actually stronger in the attack, I think, because this bishop is so bad. I actually think black is doing really well here. I don't know what you think, player. And Z-term. Okay, sure. There's a lot to calculate. You can play a lot of different ways. I've probably insufficiently defended, but... Oh, the camera's moved. We got a jaunty angle now, guys. Let's go. It's also, I like that it's an incline on the way up to Kostya, right? It's like the guys fighting the battle uphill. I think we should put more cameras at angles to give some like perspective and storytelling narrative. You know, Kostya's on top. You may be able to tell, but I used to work in film and TV. Used to direct things. Okay. Opponent's still having a big think, so I'm going to snap back into the game with Zach, because this almost feels like it's going to be over in short order. All right. Okay, we don't go with the queen jack, we go queen c5. I guess we're just looking to win a pawn by pushing a pawn. And we still have lots of pressure. So, for example, something like this, we can just take if we so choose. And like this would be great. This would be great for us. And I'd even be tempted to push something like c5. But queen here, okay, maybe a little annoying. But we can just improve by developing a bishop. Okay. Still no move. Still no move. Also, hello to the people of YouTube tuning into the stream. Welcome in. Appreciate you joining. For those of you that don't know, I am a dojoer, by the way. So I am not a titled player. I am a tournament player. By no means a great player. I work and help out with the dojo on marketing things. And I'm a big proponent that the dojo has helped improve my chess so much. After 3 months of really locking in and doing some dojo work, I went to a tournament and gained 100 FIDE ELO in one tournament. I'm now in the process of rejuvenating my dojo love as well. So that was last year, and I'm going back. I'm doing the lock-in again. So we're gonna be on it all over again. So if you guys don't know the dojo, check them out. They're amazing. They really help me out with chess, and I am happy that I can be here to do some commentary, try figure out the positions, try see what's going on. I've actually got a physical board next to me that I will set the position up on, but I am ever so quickly gonna grab a little snack, and I will be right back. Okay, so he still hasn't made a move, which is putting him in a deficit of like almost half an hour now. I mean, is he just calculating the game to the end? Like, or is it me and he's just not really paying attention? Maybe he's like me and needs some stress in his life to perform well. So he's like, right, I'm going to get low on the clock. Like, how chill, how nonchalant is this guy? There must be something here, the kid is thinking. Right. Okay, maybe a good move would be bishop e7. Mm-hmm. To cover d5 pawn. And capture with the bishop on f6. If white takes. Sure. Because the d5 pawn is a small problem for us. Now, there is also a small concern that we're hanging a pawn. And the question is why are we not hanging a pawn cleanly? Because it does look very much like there is a pawn to go. But then we get down these lines again. Yeah, I forgot that I calculated this. Okay, but in this scenario, yeah, we need to do something about this now. Because this will come. So maybe we have to go knight e2. No, we just hang a knight. So maybe we do want to capture and then go knight e2. Okay, let's do it. And we're going to try hold on this way. Do we still have... Ah, but we might still have this. But maybe you can do it like this. No. This is death. So I think knight e2. You're curious about how Kostya calculated all of these variations when he's only spent 1 minute and 30 seconds on his knight g4 move. I am not so curious. I am fairly certain this will be preparation. Kostya will know this and has gone into this fully prepared. This is a tough opponent for him to play. His opponent is 2500. Only an IM, but obviously probably just in need of some GM norms. And knight b4 was played. And so, in the Masters database on Chess.com, 13 knight b4 has been played 5 times and has the highest win rate. All of the other moves that have been played by Masters, White has essentially got huge winning chances. 54% win rate for bishop e7, 63% win rate for knight takes g4, 86% win rate for cd4. No wins for White with knight b4. It's been played 5 times. Black has won 60% of the games and drawn 40% of them. So this is a huge play by the opponent, because this is either super critical or just practically a pain to play against. And our opponent looks really, really chill. So to play move 4, he's either figured it out, because I think that's move 4 that it was played. Yeah, it's the 4th move that's been played. Bishop e7 has played 37% of the time. But there must be something with knight b4 that makes it practically hard to play, because we're probably going to have to give up a pawn to get rid of this light squared bishop, I am assuming. Because when the lines I was looking at before, and let's say c4, a3, knight d3, bishop takes. But maybe there's a world of, firstly we take, go here. I don't like this. I don't know. I'd still think we'd go here. But what this has done is meant that Black's coordination still isn't so good because this pawn's in the way. We've got no intention to really get rid of this right now because the bishop would open up. And this bishop's eating granite. Sure, our pieces aren't necessarily great either. Like, they're no great shakes. But maybe there's worlds we can generate as an attack as White. I'm trying to see the pros of this, but I don't know. I didn't mention any computer stuff. I mentioned moves that chess masters have played. I'm not using an engine for this. Because Dojo is a no engine channel. So bishop b1 played. Now I, as black, would look at c4 to try and shut things down and get my knight to d3. Because this bishop is super powerful. Maybe it's worth giving up a pawn for. As black. So don't think we want to take on d4 really, because essentially we'd give white some scope. I say we, as in I don't think black wants to take on d4. Because we'll have our own weakness to then target. Okay, bishop b1. What other moves? What's going on in the position? So let's look at this piece by piece. What are white's good pieces? Well, this bishop on b1 is actually pretty darn good. We're x-raying so many squares through the board. We've got some control over d3 and e4 with it, and we're also hitting h7. So it's a very active bishop. Great. On the inverse, our dark squared bishop, terrible, horrendous. Our knights, okay. Our knight on g4 is pretty good. We've got some control over e5. We're obviously close to the king, but it can be traded off at a moment's notice. With development, though. Knight e5 feels like it should be a good square, but it's not an outpost. So I actually think, because this knight is okay, and sure, we could, like black has an outpost and we don't. Essentially, if this knight moves, we can always kick any knight that's come to e5. So I think knight e5 is a bit hasty. I think the threat is stronger than the execution. And also, I mean, the good thing about knight e5 is after bishop takes, if you ever take in the center, this bishop is kind of blocked in for all eternity as well. This knight is doing a job putting pressure on d5, and our rooks, we're trying to own some of the c file, which is probably good for us. Maybe there's ideas conjunction with knight a4 takes, knight takes, pawn takes, rook takes kind of things. Don't think that would be in just yet, but knight a4 might be an idea to try and target. This is also why black might want to play c4 as well, just like lock down the position and the scope for pieces, and then also maybe try and get rid of a piece with knight d3, because this knight was such a beast on d3. It's hitting a pawn, which is kind of annoying, that we might want to give up a pawn to just dull some of the scope, because takes, queen g4, rook f3, like someone in chat was saying earlier. That might be the one, but it is black to move currently. Now, I'm assuming Kostya is prepped here. Yeah. Because this is the one line where it seems very critical. And there's two main responses that have been played. C4 has one game. CD4 has 4. But C4 is played, and it's the only game with which, and black has won this game. So, and that has gone knight f6, queen f6, queen f3, rook fe8, a3, knight d3, bishop takes, pawn takes, and then knight takes on, whoa, d5, which just seems very spicy to me. Because after this, okay, we get the light squared bishop, but this endgame cannot be pleasant to play at all. I would not want to be in this endgame with the pawns and dart squares. My dart squared bishop being a horrendous piece. Okay. So we're getting c4 and closing it all down. And also the good thing is we'll soon deviate. So since there was one game, as soon as we go one move off. Oh, by the way, you know what? This game in the database was played by a 2600 versus a 1700. So, you know, take them with a pinch of salt in 2022. But this 1700, I don't know. Oh, yeah, the camera's been straightened. Let's go. Oh, let's go. I'm hoping... oh, no. It's been... No. Oh, I think that's an earthquake, guys. Well, so what? I think knight e5 doesn't do anything. This is the thing. I think we can either trade it or we can go maybe bishop e7. Because knight e5, you have to move it at some point. Or we trade it for this knight. Okay, we're guarding d3, but if I go a3 here, because we don't want to take with the bishy bish. We don't want to take the knight either. But maybe we just drop back and trade like this. But maybe that's the best thing to do in any case. We drop and trade like this. No, we don't, because we get forked. Maybe just leave it. Yeah, you can't play knight d3. I know, let's say you open things up. This hangs. Can we make the excuse that we're opening up this bishop? I don't think we can. I don't think we can. So this looks bad. And knight on b4 was hanging to the bishop. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to wait for a3 anyway. Can we go straight knight into knight e4 then? We do hang the c4 pawn again. But maybe we do it differently. You know what? We probably just chill and go c3. Now we don't go c3, go f3, f6. Knight e4 loses c4. Yes. That is what I said. That loses c4 in a different way. Because the knight takes. I understand. Listen. Can't go g6 here either. Okay, maybe we have to come back, which is really annoying. So c4, knight e5. I mean, our bishop isn't getting through anywhere, and you know what? I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to take the knight. Which way are you taking? This way, most likely. I just... And we're just going to try and hold as black. We're down the pawn, but how are you going to break through and make this guy a good guy? And b5? Or b5 when? When do you want b5? Straight away? Ah, b5 straight away. Knight e5 played by Kostya. Okay. So we'll see. So b5 looks like an interesting shot. No c4 hanging. We can go knight d3 afterwards. Do we kick the knight? This knight can't really go anywhere either. I mean, is there like queen e2, but then rook e8, a3? Yeah. It doesn't feel great. Also, because then, yeah, other things might be happening. Knight e4 works. Yeah. Wait, how? Yeah, the knight feels loose, but all right, this guy spent a long time thinking about this. But I mean, it is defended. Okay, knight e5, yeah. Okay, well, what if we sack the pawn? Oh, okay, we had a move. Okay, b5 played. You're up there. Who said b5? Sectum. Sempra. Sectum Sempra. Good job. b5 solves the problem. We had a problem, so we solved it. Now you'll guess queen f3. I mean, queen f3 feels like it should make sense, right? But again, now can we go knight d3, right? Yes, we hang a pawn. How important is the pawn? Okay, white's opening up. White is opening up. I think after bishop takes, rook e8. Like, because we have this outpost. Bishop e1, then bishop h4. Now that is an idea that someone was talking about earlier. So bishop e1, bishop h4, and we trade it for a knight that's got some central control. I like this plan. But why don't we trade a bad piece for a good one? Or a piece that's kind of a little loose for a good one? Okay, yeah, we're doing it for a pawn as well. But now we stop this bishop h4 stuff, right? Because I don't want bishop h4. But we also block our own pieces. Okay. a3, queen f3 might be an improvement. A bit of tension on d5 with g4 coming. So a3. Maybe we go queen d7 first so we can utilize the files and stop the queen coming through. Maybe offer a trade at some point. Maybe get our knight through. Although this maybe allows this. Maybe we need rook e8 first. Like, we don't want e4 to come successfully. Should we be playing on the king side is a question. So, yes, white is a pawn up, but I'm also arguing that maybe it's not so bad to give up the pawn. Oh, sorry. Sorry. After knight. Oh my god! Why is the keyboard killing me? I'm wondering, is it so bad? And then we go rook e8, right? Maybe it is. The attack looks good. We don't get anything. We want to get rid of this pawn. We can never get rid of this pawn. We're loving life. This knight is very annoying. Rook e8, g4, g5, send it. Let's go. Yeah, sure. Sure. But now, okay, let's say queen f3. I'm not sure which way we take. Let's say this way. We can't do this. Yeah, queen f3 essentially. So the plan would have been nice. But it is not nice. So white can, yeah, if you don't play well as black, white can free themselves of the doom and gloom. There is also a world of a3. Knight back. And the thing is, there's still many pieces on the board. And black actually has like the space advantage. So trades aren't like the worst thing in the world for us. For black. We want to try and avoid them. Now we are avoiding them because you can't take without forking yourself. Or you can't take without, I think, just severely improving the position actually. Because we can get queen in. And then suddenly it's going to be problematic. I don't know. Okay, I think Kostya's position might be easier to play, but again, our opponent spent 29 minutes on knight b4. So there is reasons. There are huge reasons why he played this. Let's look at it from Black's perspective real quick. Also, all right, human eval time, guys. We haven't done a human eval update in a little while. We are now 15 moves in, so we want to have a comfortable position by move 15. Generally good practice. So let's have a look. I would say it's probably fairly equal. I don't think Kostya's done anything wrong whatsoever, though. So I'm going to put like a slight edge for white. Nothing major. But like, 0.2 kind of vibe. Okay, this is also Kostya's longest think. So what is he thinking about? So, okay, queen f3 makes sense, trying to stop knight e4. A3 also makes some sense because knight d3 doesn't feel like it makes sense. And after a3, knight c6, you still kind of don't really want to trade just yet, or it doesn't feel beneficial. We can still look at queen f3, trying to win pawns. This could be risky for us, though, as well. But not super risky. Maybe there's queen c7. Or rook e8, because after rook e8, knight takes. Bishop takes. Knight takes here. Or after knight takes, knight takes. Knight takes check. We've got to be careful that this doesn't hang. So queen c7 essentially is my attempt to solutionize for that. So after queen c7, let's say knight takes, knight takes. We do something like maybe we do this. Maybe black can get away with something crazy as well. And black is doing pretty well. So it's complicated. There's some complications here. I think you can sack for this pawn. You think this is a critical moment for Kostya. My trainer always says that just when someone gets better, and I think Kostya has, the real game starts, and we'll see who can calculate better and who has stronger nerves and who can evaluate better as well, right? The evaluation of this stuff, like the calculation, sometimes people are really good at, but then evaluating the position afterwards and realizing you've missed something. Oh, did we see a? No, we didn't. Queen F. All right. Queen F3 played. That was a 10-minute think. And in Zach's game. Oh, wow. Okay, Zach's up a pawn. Clean. Hitting the bish. This has changed. Guess we'll get bishop d7. If bishop moves, or we'll get knight takes, rook takes. Interesting. I kind of like this queen check. He went for queen c5 instead. Zach is a much stronger player than I, so I'm interested to see what was up with the queen check. I guess we just go queen b2. And there's nothing. We want to hit this pawn. So, queen f3. What's our game plan? Like back? Or do we want to do that once a3 has been pushed, right? Like, this is also a thing. Black has to make some moves that make some sense. And the thing is, knight c6 is temporarily blocking some scope for the bish, I guess. And what does it do for us? So rook lift in future feels like a good plan, but this bishop is so bad. Like, how do we improve it? So like someone was saying, bishop e1, bishop h4. So maybe that would be the overarching narrative or play that we're trying to achieve, right? Okay, a move was played. And it looks like it was knight c6. And knight c6, yeah. All right. So you've got a good position. How do you make sure it stays good? What are you understanding here? What is each piece doing? Okay, so as we were saying before, maybe bishop e1, bishop h4 is the plan. And now bishop h4 is not a plan. Maybe we can make threats if this were to be the case. Because I'm wondering, well, firstly, I looked at if the sack works. Check, king back, rook lift, queen here, rook here, right? That would be the dream. We are down material. I don't know. We just knight f6. Yeah, knight f6 and we're chilling. Okay. So knight c6. Bishop e1, probably the play. Queen h3, so then we don't get a hit with like g6, like a madman. H6 also an idea, but then we also have this bishop plan. So yeah, let's say if we did go h6, then this is really annoying. Oh no, this hangs. This hangs. What am I saying? Queen h3 is extremely annoying, actually. You'll have to do something about this. No, queen h3 is, yeah, sorry. We have to go knight f6 then. Defend against everything. And then we have bishop h4. Ouch. Okay. Okay. Yeah. This would cook. So queen h3, I think, is actually an incredibly strong move. Or an incredibly annoying move, at any rate. We're just g2 to g4 to g5. Right. Right. So we, and also, well, they made like the really annoying thing with the queen h3 is you can't trade because you lose the defender. You can't trade on e5 because you lose the defender of h7. So sure, you could try g3. f4 is annoying, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe f4 is too hasty. f4 you take. But yeah, okay. Wow. Are there any other candidates outside of queen h3? So bishop e1. same idea. Maybe there's some move orders of bishop e1, queen h3. Seems to be matic. Any other piece, I just don't know where to put it. Like knight e2, I don't see how it's helping us. And it's putting some pressure in the center of the position. So I kind of like that. It also feels like, it's like, am I baiting them? Am I being baited into taking? Oh, move played. And bishop e1 was played. Okay, so same ideas. Queen f3 was played, yes. But queen h3 wasn't. But bishop e1, thematic. And now we're looking for bishop h4. Queen h3 might also be a contender. Just move order things. His opponent looks so chill, man. And he's just calculating in his head, like, look, he's not even looking at the board. Okay, now he is. Yep. Queen h2 is an interesting play as well. Multifaceted. I imagine bishop e1 is probably stronger because you can go queen h3 at a later point in time, I guess. But that begs the question is, do we want bishop e7 at any point? But either way, actually, yes, because we can, as long as we trade our bishop for a good piece, we're good, right? g4, you think now? Damn. Queen c7 feels a bit funky as well. Maybe there's a world we try to shore up. g4 is a bit much. But right, we're 17 moves in. Our opponent has 34 minutes left. So time is super valuable here. And so we've still got to make 23 moves till time control. But play is speeding up. He obviously had a plan. And now he's going knight e7. So he wants to come knight g6, I guess, to trade a piece, but also to just defend against many, many things. So maybe our queen h3 isn't so good now. Just purely on the basis that we're not actually threatening anything anymore. Although queen h3 we're not threatening just yet. But then we go bishop. Well, let's say the same plan occurs. Maybe we still do this, right? Still annoying. Still annoying. And we just swing our rook in. And then we swing the other rook in. This knight is immobile. It cannot move until you play something like g6. Maybe he's actually aiming for bishop c8, bishop f5. Yeah. So maybe that was also a thing with queen h3, bishop c8. Oh no, but yeah. Okay. This pawn still feels a little loose somehow. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get some water. BRB. Okay, knight e7, bishop h4, black has to sacrifice a pawn with knight e4. Interesting. Can we do it like this? Do we want to keep the knight on c3? Either way, it ends up, I guess, the same. Or does it? Yeah, it does. Oh, but hang on. We do this. We're looking for this. F6 might spoil the fun. Not really, though. We've got this coming up. So if F6, actually, we have this. No, we don't. What am I saying? The pin. That's why I played F6. Oh, whoa. G4 on the board. G4 on the board. Damn, zero respect. Let's go. Hello, I'm good, thanks. Amelia Mona. Welcome in. Appreciate the chat. Kosher is going for it. Damn. All right. Dojo, on a scale of 1 to human eval, how do we evaluate this position? Now, what's the reaction of the opponent as well? It was looking like he was like, this can't be good. But now it's like, maybe it's good. Maybe it's not. Kostya's here taking all the space. King h1, rook g1. Can our opponent afford to give up a pawn? This does look scary. This is the most movement we've seen from the opponent. Yeah, I think he's going to respect it. I think we're going to see some... Also, with the time situation, I think this is a smart play. We're 15 minutes ahead on the clock. So our opponent needs to tank a little bit to make sure, in case he wasn't already on his mind. But Kostya's playing quickly, he's playing confidently. This is what we need. He duped him with bishop e1 to play g4. Now, the question is also bishop e1? Bishop e1, not g1. Now, bishop e1 has some defensive properties potentially in the future as well, if we do need to guard our king, which is kind of nice. The opponent does seem a bit stunned. You think white better? How to break through with g5, knight e8 is still a question. True. Well, g5, knight e8. Queen h5, g6. Let's put it. Well, okay, we got a move to play as black, right? So g3 to any pawn moves in front of the king feel hasty. A question is like, do we want to reroute the bishop? Do we want to get rid of this knight? The g5's coming anyway. Yeah, but then we take this way, right? Okay. Rogue choice, potentially. King h8. What does white do after b4? So b4 is yeah, okay. Counterattack. I think we go nuts. So b4, g5 takes. Queen g4 threatening mate, knight g6. Knight takes, you take. Okay, no. We take. Okay. What about check? Or what about... Oh, this is my f5. Okay. Here. Threatening mate. Got to do something. You do this. Okay, you can still go knight here, right? Okay, no, that doesn't work. We're too hasty. All right, we can respect it. We can move the rook. Because I was wondering if like takes. So we threaten mate. The knight here does defend. No, it doesn't. Ah, but it kind of does. So annoying. I know we can get away with takes, and then move the rook. Very complicated stuff. So on b4, I think we go for it. I think we go for it. We have king here. Well, we cooking. We cooking. I think this works. I think after b5 we go g5, and then knight e8 we go knight e2. Yeah. So okay, we don't go down the exchanges, but we can go knight a4 maybe. Be extra annoying. But after knight e8, do we still have any sacrifice ideas? Like, king takes check, king here, here. No. We take. It would be cool, but no. Knight e2 seems like a smart idea. But there are so many pieces around the king, it is going to be hard to do anything. Oh, Kostya's doing the little like head bob as well. He's in the zone. I feel like Kostya's feeling this position, man. Also, his opponent is has been really taking his time, which I was respecting up until now. Kostya must have surprised him because we're on move 18. He's got 26 minutes left. I mean, Kostya's still got 45 minutes, which is still in terms of they've got 22 moves. So, Kostya's 20 minutes ahead on the clock, which could come back nicely. Oh yeah, do you see that, guys? Oof. Let's get the reaction again. $25. Okay. So it's coming. It's coming. Yeah, there, right there. He doesn't look happy. I mean, this is a position of strength. I love it when players you can see their emotions. Like his chess is so tough. So tough. Because also like you see some of the story that's going through. All right, human eval. Sorry, guys. We haven't done this in like essentially most of the game because we're only 18 moves in. But Kostya is seemingly well prepped. I'm gonna put this also on a time scale. I'm gonna put this at not +1, I guess. Maybe just under. How do you guys feel? Chat. I need a sense check. Oh, have I been ignoring YouTube chat? Probably. So this is my estimation of the eval. because we have insanely good pieces relative to our opponent. We have an attack coming. Our king is actually safe because there's nothing attacking the king. Our pieces are attacking their king. We have kingside space, more active pieces. Yeah. I think practically it looks hard to play. I don't really know what I would play here as black. Okay. Let's actually lock in. So, what moves do I have? Well, pawn moves in front of the king are out of the question because they just become problematic hooks, which will pry open the position for us, I think. Because we can even get like h4 stuff in, h4, h5, h6. Like our pawns are shooting up. You can't really do too much about that. So it's best to weather the storm and make sure our pieces are near enough to deal with that. Cool. So, what haven't we done in the opening yet? Well, we haven't connected our rooks. So queen c7, I generally like anyway. We're working with our bishop down a diagonal pointing towards the king. Okay, I don't like this per se. I'm sure this has some nuance to it, but knight d7 was just played. Probably try in an attempt to trade off some pieces because black is cramped. But do trades help us? I don't think so. So I like queen c7 connecting the rooks. This is the only piece in the position that is also hanging, so I like queen c7 to defend that. And therefore, I also like rook b8. Like, what else should I be playing in this position? I kind of have to wait for the attack and see if I can hold. But this feels as though... I can maybe continue attacking. But maybe f6 is the idea as well, right? But the thing is, if we can get queen h3, f6 is not possible just yet because queen takes h7 would be mate. And then we can look for like bishop h5 ideas. Okay, move was played. Oh no, it wasn't. Kostya was just writing down the move. Okay. So candidates for us, queen h3 obviously implies an imminent attack. Queen h3, knight g6 though. Then I'm less excited about the position maybe. So let's have a look. Queen h3, knight g6. Threatening to trade off, blocking one of our attackers in general. We can't go bishop h4 then. How scary was it to do this? I take, knight takes. Not very. But if I go here, we're kind of damaging our pawn structures and our king is kind of airy. So I don't know if there is a world where you want to go king g1, king h1 to use the g file, but that seems a bit premature. I don't know what file I want to use just yet. Maybe there's a world of bishop d3. So we can try and keep pushing. Bishop g3. So we could try like f5 without losing the pawn. This isn't hanging just yet. In trading, I don't know if that helps us really. I still quite like queen h3. It's just a way to potentially improve. We are taking some pressure off the center for an attack. You just think after... Oh, you think it's +1 after g4. You would say plus 1.5 human eval. Everything you said sounds good. Oh. Yeah, but... yeah. I mean, I guess this is a question of can black weather the storm? Oh, move played. I see G5 on the board. Just continuing, being like, yep, come at me. And then if we take, I assume we just take with the central pawn, and these pawns are just going to be rolling. Because this bishop is not defended. So actually, like, right? At least with queen c7, you could get bishop here or something. I mean, you still can, but feels like there might be some small problems. Oh. Did we get a new move? No. G5. G5 on the board. All right. Okay, you and Emal, we're going to go opposite touch. Match chat's energy. +1. Ish. And again, 22 minutes for our opponent. We're keeping the 20-minute advantage. Which could come back to really help us out, hopefully. 1.5 might be too optimistic. Yeah. We've essentially only traded one set of pawns. There's still a lot of pieces on the board. But this is looking to be a clean game. Oh, Ginkgo Tree. Sorry I missed your message earlier. What does white do after? Oh, Chess Dojo. Who's in the chat from Chess Dojo's side? Is it David? Is David here? Or have we got a mod? Dojo mod. Why not take the 9 and hit the queen with the pawn? All right. So if anyone is in YouTube chat, sorry, I've got you up now, so I should be able to see it. Thing is, G5. Can the knight? Well, there's no bishop c8. Like, yeah. G6 is out the question. We just power through. Like, this is looking really, real dangerous. And also, can we prompt some knight G6 or H6 somehow? F3 takes, knight takes. Or F6 even. I guess a big question we should be asking is threats, captures, checks, captures, and threats. So, firstly, checks, no. Black has no checks. Captures. I think any capture helps us just with our attack in general. Yeah. It looks kind of rough. Okay, maybe we've got to be careful of some of this, but and this check looks devastating as well. Or this takes this with check. Looks kind of devastating, so let's be careful. Queen pack. Cover everything. Actually, you can probably play knight takes, bishop takes. Bishop here. No, we get 2 pieces of the rook. And takes here as well. Okay, no. Maybe we don't push so hastily, but also taking here also looks really annoying. Just in general. Now it gets really messy. Something like f7, f5. Yeah, I was wondering about f5. Come on, up to date. I clicked the up to date button. All right, g5. Yeah, so f5 is an idea. I don't think we should take. I think we just go f4. H4. G6 played? Nah. G6 was played. Okay. Well, G6 doesn't feel right to me. Stopping this diagonal, but can we go H4? Or like, maybe we just chill. Hey, guessing moves today is crazy. I don't know. G3, there's something about G3 that feels wrong to me, but you know, I would love to just push H4. How about Queen G2, Rook F3, Rook H3, Rook H6? Give him Nepo already. Imagine if he gets paired against Nepo. So Black decided to weather the storm. I think you've got to, but I don't know. I don't know if Knight back back here is it. F5 means like I don't get a hook. I like your F5. All right, Sam. What's your eval? Human eval, we had it like +1. But I mean, this bishop on E1's kind of in the way. I was trying to get it out the way, but I'm like, it's in the way if it's up here as well. Like it's just. But I suppose we got some. No, we don't have King G7. Plus 0.7, yeah? Okay. The advantages of the position being our huge kingside space advantage. Our light squared bishop is, okay, a very active bishop. It can come to good use on this diagonal. This knight is great. This knight's a bit lame, and this bishop is just bad. So how do we play with our ugly pieces? Right? The bishop on E1, not so helpful. Oh, but I don't know where I can put it that is helpful, right? Unless there's a world of bishop h4, f5, like, eh. It doesn't feel like it, you know? I was wondering queen here, but then maybe we run into f5. So queen h3, again, probably running into f5. I don't really want to allow f5. I quite like trying to get my rook to h3. So I like just keeping some pressure here. But b4 is still a thing. Knight e2, f5. But then we lose pawns here. Maybe this is the play. Knight d1. Knight f2. Knight g4. Knight h6. Knight e2, g3, h4, h5. Have the bishop on e1. So you're thinking knight e2, knight g3, h4, h5. Oh. How do I win? I can't ban you here, but I will ban you here. Overriding. Boom. So ideas like knight g4, f6, h. Yeah. Yeah. Knight g4 to h6. Ah, there we go. So I was trying to get this knight all the way out here moving. But you're right. Why not this? And this. But in premise, yeah. Is f5 still annoying? Maybe. Ah, but maybe that's why. Okay, let's say f5 was the plan. You're changing human evals +1. Great. That's where we're at. It looks like it's slightly above, but I can't do it exactly on the number. Nice one, Sam. The mod capabilities of Dojo. Let's go. Yeah, but you still got to find the winning plans, you know? And okay, +1 isn't winning, but +1 is we're loving it. But his opponent has 18 minutes left, so Kostya can still tank some time. If he finds the best moves, his opponent's going to have to think. And Kostya's a pro like that. He will... Yeah, he's going to spend the time when where he needs it to make sure he puts some maximum pressure he can. Yeah, that's right, I guess. It's a very static position. Indeed. I mean, I like h4. Well, yep. Just as you said it. Just as you said it. Okay, this is maybe a little risky because, I mean, this pawn isn't going anywhere, but you want to make sure. Same brain. If only, Sam. My brain has not been chessing. Someone suggested I should get on creatine. No more brain fog. After 20, knight g5, and black has to play f5. So 19, they play g6, and you're saying knight g4, I guess you mean. Well, I was, yeah. B4 is always a move we need to be wary of, though. Yeah. Like, I think this is the thing. And now Kostya just needs to find plans that means his opponent needs to spend another few minutes and another few minutes. And then suddenly, okay, as long as Kostya's not spending a lot more time than his opponent, once you're down to a couple of minutes and Kostya has 10 minutes and his opponent has 2. Super important. So I like h4. I like queen h3. Thing is, queen h3 is a move that you will need to react maybe relatively quickly to. Maybe knight d1 is just slow. It might be static, but yeah. Oh, we did not want this bishop g3. Okay. Yeah. Knight g4 makes more sense on that space. I got to give it to his opponent, though. He just looked really chill throughout. Now, if the opponent played b4, knight d1, or knight e2, would be interesting. So if you give us the tempi to play knight d1, yeah. Oh, go away. I don't want this. But h4, b4, knight b1. What next? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. These squares are kind of nice. So I think e2 to g3 and h5, I guess, would work. Better with our h4 idea anyway. I mean, look. 3 or 4 moves, yeah, but that was the crack in the armor. You know, sometimes you break people. F6 ideas. So F6, I suppose, also is similar to the F5 ideas. So we've got to come up with a move, I guess. So let's say H4. F6 might be a plan, as well as F5. Both have the same intent. For sure. Which is kind of annoying. And then we might lock things down. It's actually going to be hard for us to do stuff. I don't think we need to take F6. Why not just knight G4? Because we're going to get knight check and H5. Yeah, I like H4, H5 too. Hey, franchise. So now what? Because if you do something like this, check. King G7, King like King H8, King G7, I guess. Maybe now we go knight E2. We've got H4 when we want it. He wants to get a knight here. That would be the dream. But it's just going to be too long and too slow. I don't know. How long has Kostya been thinking? He has been thinking for a while. He has currently been thinking for one. I'm not sure now, but I think at least 6-7 minutes. 15 minutes. You think? He had a 20-minute time advantage. He's now got a 10-minute time advantage, so I think he's maybe about 10 minutes then. Yeah. Yeah. This is move 19. So he needs to keep some of that clock time advantage, but also not make a terrible move. You'd put it as plus 0.3. Black, it's fine. Damn. Yeah, I'm not saying I know how to take advantage of the +1. So also a positional advantage can very easily dwindle. Like it's not a material advantage, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think now's the time to make a move. But it is this critical? Hard to say. With a position that's so locked up like this, that's so positional, and maybe his opponent went for something positional intentionally because look, there's so many pieces on the board. Still, only one pawn on the board. They're only 20 moves in. Yeah. Whereas, as Sam said before, this is a static advantage. So we're playing with space. We want to try and retain pieces. H4 on the board. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so Kostya is 26. He spent 16 minutes on that move. Okay. Oh my god, my keyboard is killing me. I might do a factory reset while I'm on stream. Yeah, I mean, G4, G5, it's paired nicely, like a fine wine with, with a meal. Like G4, H4, H5, G5. Hmm. Okay. So H4, like his opponent's got to think. And yeah, okay, 10-minute time advantage. Let's keep this. What's black's plan? Right. I have no idea. I mean, f5? Like, because trading this piece doesn't feel like it does anything useful. And he goes f6. Okay, similar plan to f5. But now I think maybe knight g4. Because we don't want to take. That gives a lot back. Okay, Kostya has seen it. Instantly plays knight g4. And then what we're going to see, because this knight check is probably going to be annoying if f5 knight check. I'm wondering if you just play something like chill, like king h8. Because then if the knight comes, we can take. You have to take this way. And at least we get like some resemblance of this square back. So maybe we need some b4 still. Kostya just has to keep cool, and we mustn't jinx it. Knight g4, nice, because after f5, he just goes back to knight e5. Yeah, after f5, that would make sense. So he goes f6, which is the more forcing one. And we get a move from our opponent, which I didn't see. Which was queen e8. So that came quite quickly. Really not too against this. F6 just means that we don't want to push h5 just yet. How are we getting our pieces in, right? We're still a bit congested with this guy. But maybe h5 if you take. We take knight takes. Maybe not. No. No, we don't want to open anything up. Maybe try king g7 instead with knight g8 to just challenge the white knight. King g7, interesting idea. But he is bringing pieces to bear to defend. And he's gotten up and left. Like, bro has gotten up when he's got 15 minutes on his clock. Crazy. I think the knight check just feels good to me. We're going to prevent any pawn pushes here. Not that they want to, but like knight check, king g7. Maybe we just get out of the way. No one uses the washroom when they've got 50 minutes on their clock. I find a full bladder impedes the ability to find the best move. Actually, science disagrees with you. I mean, maybe if you, not on you on a personal level, but data shows people make better decisions when they have a full bladder, when they need a pee. That's because they tend to make faster decisions and not overthink. Yeah, there's actually studies on this. The knight could get stuck after back hits h5, but my general consensus is that h5 is unstoppable. Yeah. Queen e8, and you think h5 imminently? But what about this? This is problematic for us, isn't it? Yeah. This looks very deadly to me. I like the whole point of the play is HG. Because also if we take, we're just improving the position. Well. Yeah, we're just severely improving the position. I don't know. I think I. 57 here. You take. Because of this, then maybe I just go Queen e2. Because if you push, I'm still gonna do this. Although, okay, maybe not just this second. Ah, okay. Wait. What about? No. No. Yeah, I'm struggling to find a move after knight h6. Hg6. Yeah, but then they take with the queen. Or the knight even, sorry, not the queen, because you lose your queen. So we're saying takes HG, knight g6. This scares me. King h8. No. No. Queen h3. Where from? Queen h3? Yeah. Rook c2. Oh, man. Knowing static versus dynamic. Knight h6, then queen h3. Let's have a look at it, though. So knight h6, king g7, queen h3. Also, I also like. Because we're never threatening to take here, I guess. Because we've got to keep the attack going. So coach is like, yeah, I'll keep the attack going. Rook c2. Getting pieces that are in the game that aren't in the game. Because I was complaining about this bishop blocking the coordination between my rooks. No, I could just move my rook. It's chill. We got this. You've taught him everything he knows, Sam. Just slowly building up the attack and making black think is the blitz as philosophy goes. Exactly. Bro's like, damn. Pieces are coming down. B4 could create some discoordination. So B4 now. That is one thing that B4... But we go knight D1 here. I think. I mean, don't get me wrong. Knight D2, knight D3 also feels kind of... But yeah, this is a little annoying. But so what? Oh, no. This is very annoying. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So I think knight d1 probably necessary. And then wherever we want the rook. Probably h-file. Yeah, this is the way. Yeah, so b3 after I think is annoying, but that's where knight d1 I think is actually kind of important, because we can close the file and we can crash through on the h-file, maybe. Maybe. I like knight d1. Finally, my knight d1 idea comes to fruition. b6, rook c8 next. Knight b6. So what? b4, knight d1, b6. Knight b6, h4, rook c8. I don't know. Oh, but now we can take it. I don't know. If knight b6, we take on f6, right? Wait, whoa. Hang on. Eval change from here? Knight b6? Knight b6 allows us to do this. Which is not fun. So b... Alright, b4 comes. Now we're going to see knight d1. Oh, your eval after b4? I don't know. I like knight d1. I like it. Oh, okay. I like knight d1. You have to argue him back and paste it. All right, yeah. Yeah, knight e2, this is annoying, right? Oh, hang on. What if... All right, hear me out, guys. Rook takes c4. We get the only attacker in the position for a piece that was fairly useless. Okay, rook b8 I'm a little scared of. Rook b8 I'm kind of very scared of. Oh, no, I'm not. Could be kind of cool. I think I still prefer being chill with knight d1. Also, Kostya's time is burning. They're getting to even time, which does worry me. Black is going to get a beat down. All right, endgame magician. He plays knight d1. Let's go. I'm an IM today, guys. I'm an IM today. Knight d1 only move rook on c2 would say. True. It's almost like a pawn. The rook a8 is doing nothing. Queen on a8 is doing almost the same. But I like this. I like this a lot. Oh, we got a shake of the head as well. He's not happy. I think he missed knight d1. Because when yeah, he just gave a little shake of the head. He's got 10 minutes as well. Rook h2 is just coming, and like it feels like that's the breakthrough that you need, right? I think knight d1 on a really like is just like a really practical move. You know, it's one of those moves that you play and you say, "Yep, does what it says and what it needs to." Yeah, he looks hurt now. Oh, yeah, but he's trying to speed up the pace. He stopped. He stopped. It looked like he was going to play f5. So f5, I assume we go... I mean, we can go knight here, but then that's everything locked, right? Wait, does this still work? So if we go knight check, king g7, can we still play rook c4? It's different position, though. Doesn't feel as, like, chill, you know what I mean? Because then this comes... I mean, we can leave it there, though. We can actually leave it there. This doesn't feel as good. You think knight e5 is better? Can we like? So what's the reasoning? Is because we've still got the break, and this central control is important. The thing is, it depends if we want to keep the bishies or not. Now our bishop might have a task. We can still play rook c4. But I just don't know how like strong that really is. You know what I mean? Like it's like a fun tactic and it feels like I'm playing it on that basis. You can go rook here maybe. Rather than anything else. Oh, what was the move? What was the move? Okay, knight f5. Oh, okay, interesting. We're still looking for rook h2, I think. Five moves and black resigns, you think? This knight was a defender of this square. So is that just not like a better way to start getting our pieces in the game? The breakthrough is just... Oh, so his knight was... His knight... His idea is knight e7. Right. Right. Okay. mean, the thing is, do we not have like full control over the f5 square? Like, why not? Oh, we don't. Bishop takes h2, yeah? Ouch. Ouch. Okay. Right. So this is the problem with rook h2. So we had to understand that the idea of knight f5 was knight e7. And you're going to stick it on h5. And the question is, sacrificing probably is just not good for us. Wow. Yeah, so knight e7 seems to hold. So maybe we need to put the rook somewhere else. Or maybe even the queen, right? So if knight e7 comes, now can we go h6, then f5? So we're supporting all of this square. Oh, but the rook's in the way. No, but the queen's here. That was the purpose. Oh, not so handy. So maybe do this. King's getting a bit loose, though. Can we look at go knight f5 after bishop takes knight? Sure. So knight f5. Wait, what? The rook's in the way. We can't take the knight. Rook h2. You think black is better here? And all the pieces are weird. Maybe if we go rook g2 instead, then we can get this in. Yeah. I think Kostya missed f5. Yeah. Missed the f5, like the rook on h2, the pin. Little nuance. But now it's going to be hard to win, I think. But we can still have the control. The thing is, after this, like, we're just getting cooked, it feels. So that doesn't bode well. Yeah, what's going on? Maybe this is okay. Because this bishop is trash. Yeah. But maybe we can get away with this f5 then. I mean, that's a move. I mean, you don't think on f5, you take the rook, right? But do you think on f5? Like, if Kostya plays f5, the thing is, this is me like playing like hope chess. Like, you know, just like, well, I need to make it confusing for my opponent. And then they take the rook and they're just winning. Minus 1.2 new estimate. Wow. Yeah, Kostya really missed this 97. Or Mr. F5 hangs the rook. But is it worth it to open up the king? Is it worth it for the king safety? And then you got to play down the exchange versus 25-35. But that's the beauty of human eval. There's disagreement. Well, does it matter so much? Like, what's black doing here? We've still got like really nice pressure. This bishop is still trash. Okay, well, actually, this bishop has an attack, right? If you do this, then suddenly, I don't know, man. Maybe we check first. Knight takes, I think. But FG. You think FG here? I mean, we can still check. And then hold the F5 square. And you're saying knight F5 now? Okay, knight F5, knight F5. You're looking for... Like... I don't know. The thing is, so what you missed. Yeah, we're on the eval board, the analysis board even. Hey, Synesia. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think all is lost if you let the exchange go, but it's an exchange. I don't know. It's a mess. My thing is this pawn and this diagonal. At least we get that. Yeah, he missed this. This is a big momentum shift as well because this hurts. When you know you've been in control, you've had a really good game. You miss one little thing. But there's so much to play for. They've got to make 15 moves. 16 moves even. I think he has. Like it seems like he was the one pushing the agenda for the whole game. I do think I genuinely think that. I think I'm not being biased. Like, okay, brings his knight out. Um, okay, so coach started to think, and he's gone, oh dear, which is fair enough because knight h5 is the plan, right? That's the whole point. We're stopping this push, but what I assume is Kostya's plan is knight h1, which I think is kind of juicy. Why are you showing only one game? Because I'm doing commentary for the one and only Kostya Kavutskiy on Chess Dojo. It should be in the stream title that I'm covering for Chess Dojo. As well. So Kostya is one of the Chess Dojos, one of the Chess Dojo senseis, founders, chess master galore. Yeah. I'm not saying Sam. I'm not saying it's hard for him to find. I'm saying it's a good plan. He spent time because he realized he might have made like allowed some concession. But I like the plan. His opponent also will have to think on this, but we're going to get to a time scramble. This is going to be tight. The knight is not on h1 yet, but it will be because I think knight h5, knight h1. That's the plan. Kostya spent time because he realized he needed to spend time. Yeah, he spent time and had a critical and finding ways to counter his opponent's plan. His opponent will have to spend time with that as well because his opponent realized there was no f5 and he could get his knight to h4. The question is did his opponent calculate through from knight d2, knight h1, knight g3? Human eval minus 1.2. All right, we will change the eval. We will change the eval, but not to minus 1.2 because I still like knight g3. I think Kostya's plan is cool. Yeah. I'm with Sam on this. I think that's a crazy eval, but you know what? We're in a world where being crazy is rewarded. So we're gonna go like plus 0.7, 0.6, something like this. So yeah, his opponent having a think, also realizing he's low on time, knows the plan of knight h1. He goes knight h5 anyway. I assume we're going to see knight h1 almost instantly from Kostya. And we do. Oh, you'll love to see it. How does the horsey move? Kostya knows. He's a good boy. Yeah, I'll fight you on this. All right, yellow. Let's get them fisticuffs going. Yeah, opponent I don't think expected the knight d1 and then saw the knight d2 plan and had to spend a couple of minutes. And then realized, and then was like, well, is it still worth playing knight h5? And he's like, yeah, I've still got to play knight h5. And then knight h5 is still going to get crippled by... The thing is, after knight g3, you don't take because the queen is guarding the square. So I think we're okay. The pawn structure might be damaged, but like I think it kind of holds itself together. So let's say we need to try and sort this pawn because do we want this bishop to do anything other than be here? Well, no, maybe not. This is a nice place for the bishop. Maybe rook b8 because we want to try and get some rook activity going. Three minutes. F5 is a question. But it isn't because we're not playing F5. We don't lose the exchange. Like the beautiful thing about Kostya's position is like it's hard to make a move for black. So like rook b8, a5. Like what are you doing? Queen f7? Maybe? No, that just kills us. Let's not blunder the queen. Queen e7? Oh, you know what? King h8. You're going to get checked anyway. Just play king h8. I think that's key. Okay, I think he played f5. F5 played. All right, so we got f5. I assume we're going to see knight check and then knight g3. Something like this. I mean, knight e5 also. So we're not scared of knight h5 Stan. It just stops the attack. Black had to play knight h5 because it stops our attack, right? If they don't have knight h5, right, then we're breaking through. And so by putting the rook on h2, what we have allowed is that we don't have like f4 breaks to stop this. We can break with f4 or f5, but f4 it comes with the losing in exchange, which weirdly might actually be okay for us. Because if black plays something like this, check, king h8, we were looking at this. And it might awkwardly be okay. Anyways, all right, we see moves. So f5 came, and knight e5, and then knight back to e7. So we instead of going to h6 check, we chose knight e5. Nice central square. Good attacking prospects. We will have knight g3, h5 as opportunities as well. So knight h6, king g7, knight g3, knight g3, queen g3, and then now what? Let's have a quick look. So f5 check. Oh, queen g. Now what? We're going h4, h5. Sorry, that's our plan. Our whole plan is h5. Because if you take this, drops. Like h5 is the plan. So okay, how do you stop me playing h5? You know, literally, there's like no moves. Rook b8. Yeah, but the knight, it's not a blocker though. Like, because at least they get to trade a piece, which I think helps them on e5, right? So random move, h4. You take, we'll take. Which one will we take? We'll take this one, please. We'll hit the bish. Move played. Sorry. Let's keep up with the game. So, rook b8 played. There's me. Random move. But, like, what other move do you have? What other move do you possibly have to play? All right, so h5. Let's go. That's a great question. b4. h5 played. b4, a4. b3, a4. Okay, maybe we take a knight. And he does take the knight. He says this central knight was going to go. So now taking here means I can take back with the queen. If I want to. You probably don't want to, let's be honest. And we're going to go king f7. The center's going to be locked. We're going to go king f7. Now we're just going to pretend everything's okay. So we'll go bishop e7. Pawn takes. Knight e6, king g7, fine. I don't know if knight e6 is helpful to us at all. Because could we sack? Could we sack on knight e6 instead of rook b8? Not yet, I guess. Anyway, this move's being played, sorry guys. All right, bishop e7 now played. After it takes, and we take this way, bishop e7 to target the pawn. I mean, why not hg6? Because on bishop takes, are we not just soaring, flying? There's not a star in heaven that we can reach. Anyways, this feels critical. Because on queen takes, rook here, queen takes. No. This bishop is... All right, hg6 played. How does... You've got to calculate so quickly, man. It'd take me an eon to figure out this position. I mean, it feels... Like, something to me feels great about this, but, like... I don't know what. All right, king g2, rook h1. Wait, knight e2. Let's go. Check this. Yeah, he looked at this earlier. Okay. So we're allowing the bishop to take, but we're allowing the knight to just come in. Why we allow the bishop to take? Ah, but bishop takes, right? That's what's up. Bishop g5, rook g2. Okay, he protects his pawn because he wants the snack. Because he knows that this is a pain point. He knows it. Sorry. I'm just having a quick look at Zach's game. Oh, wow. All right, Zach should be cooking this. Queen h3. Idea. Queen set. Idea is queen check, king f7, knight f5. Okay, so we get knight f5 straight away. And then we'll get bishop g5, I assume. Maybe we can go queen g2. But positionally, we're chilling, right? Like this guy, if bishop comes out. Okay, bishop takes. Hey, Phoebe, let's go. I'm going to put human eval up. Like, I feel like the tide is turning. Where are we at? If anything, like, we've got more of an attack. I don't know, chat. What are your thoughts? Hello, hello. Welcome in, Phoebe. Kostya is cooking. You think this is +3? You think this is more? Plus 1.5. Beloved bookkeeper says 1.5. Black's about to get annihilated. Bishop h4 might be good. Ooh, I like bishop h4. Human eval at least plus... Oh, see, you guys are so much better at chess than me. Like, I'm like, this feels good, but I can't... It'd take me an hour to explain. All right, we'll put plus 2. Okay, rook g2. Feels like it cooks because these backwards pawns are going to be a nightmare to deal with. And we're going to get like bishop h4, bishop f6. Yeah, okay. Where's the bishy bish going? If you don't take, we'll snack. We'll snack. All right, so bishop takes and queen takes. Let's just come in. And they are 5 moves off time control as well. So there is a lot of stress this guy has to deal with the attack. I think queen up is looking kind of nice. Bishop h4, like you said, it's a beautiful move. Beautiful move. Knight here. Doesn't feel like it cuts the mustard. Yeah, something like knight h5 is GG's. Your eval unclear. There's no time control. I'm actually not sure. I assumed there was, but I just assumed there was. Also, how are you doing, Phoebe, as well? Are you recovered from subathon? I know that takes a lot out of people. All right, this guy is slowly tanking. Yeah. I high rated, so obviously going for his GM. All right, he gets his king out of the way. So now, I mean, I like bishop h4 as an idea. I like queen here as an idea because you can't move the king away from the defense. So like queen here, how are you stopping me just munching here? I guess you go queen here. But then we take, you take, I take, king up, rook here. It's not quite working. I was attempting stuff like this is the way maybe. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. This is the way. Something like this. I think. Improve your worst place piece. Yep. Okay. I'm hyped for Kostya. All right, we get some moves. They blitz through. Rooks come through because he realizes he needs to defend after bishop h4. Bishop h4 is so dirty because the king just can't move. It's like so painful. So the question is whether's the knight going after this, and do we just want to go queen here? Oh. This bishop as well. It's like a subtle sniper. There is a sniper in the position, so they need to be careful. This rook move is a nice little move. I still like queen h6 because you've got to do something, right? Oh my god, this would be mate. Oh. So you can't defend the pawn, I don't think. You got to do this. Man, queen h6 is GG's. Surely queen h6 is GG's. What's the black sniper up to? Yeah. Just come on, Kostya. You've got this. Queen h6 is cooked. Polgar mates in 2. Like patterns. I know it's not made in 2, but like the pattern is there. The pattern is real. Okay, the king can also go here, but like we're cooking. Don't time out. Please don't time out. He's not going to, but like Skolop's down. Wait. King f7. Queen h6 has got to be cooking. It's all good. He saw the clock. He's calculating. He knows there's a knockout. He knows this is brutal. The guy is head in hands. He's seen queen h6. Kostya, come on. Don't fail me. Oh. Okay. So, sure. Chill. Just chill. Oh my god, you're killing me. I mean, yeah, but what do you do after this then? Still queen h6? Yeah, I guess. Well, can the king run? Um, so King E6. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, why not King E6? Um, oh, I got Zach's game up. I just heard a check, and I was like, "What?" In the background, just a follow. Oh goodness. Oh my god. Thing is, the time scramble. Anything is this can all change. This can all change. So, whoa. Okay. Defensive measures. No sacks. Makes sense. Rook G1. I'm assuming is coming. I still kind of like Queen H6. But yes, I think his opponent saw Queen H6, but this is just still okay. But the defensive measures he's finding, he's gotten the bishop out of the way. The bishop defends, the rook defends. Look at this resource management. And now his opponent's like, oh, well, good luck. Queen H6 again? Is that possible? Ah, okay. What if we play bishop F6 now? Trying to block a defender. Put it out there. Okay, whoa. Kostya plays in the center of the board. And he's just going to power through with some pawns. Okay, I had to check that one. It doesn't like it. This is so nerve-wracking. All right. All right. Bishop takes e4. Let's go. This is looking pretty brutal. Oh, my God. Never ends. Can we take check? Like, can we? All right, it's too. There's not enough time for me to analyze, guys. Sorry. I shouldn't. But I was. So bishop d5 played. So pin, super annoying. Now after take, rook takes, we have check as well. So you've got to be wary of this. So if the king doesn't move back, then there could be a problem. Okay, bishop here. Now, what if we take? Like, can we not take on g5? On g6? Are there any checks that we should be wary about? So takes? If the knight moves anywhere? Ah, knight takes here is a problem. But we have this as well. But then there's this. Okay, so knight takes is played. Let's go. Rook takes g6. All right. I thought knight takes might be a problem. Oh no, but we're pinned. We're cooking. We are cooking. After rook takes, queen takes. King back, rook check, knight back. No knight back. I think this is over. I think we've got this. Did rook to g6 work before? That's also the question. Oh yeah, we should change the eval to off the chart. Off the chart. This looks very good. 1 minute left on the clock. Okay, I don't think they get extra time. You're right. I don't think so. Can someone check if they get extra time? Who knew 1d4 could be... It was 1c4. It was 1c4. It wasn't 1d4. How dare you insinuate 1d4 was fiery? No, 1c4. I will ask him, yeah. I'm assuming... because of the time left. Well, you never know how long if the things trade down, but I don't know how you after rook takes. Surely this is it. Yeah, I think we might see resignation. Wow. Yeah, he's letting Kostya play things out on the board. And he goes king here. And then I think we can just check with the bish. Yeah. And that'll be GG's. Maybe even just I don't know, bishop back this way is kind of no, bishop this way. Yeah. I mean rook takes. It's fine as well. Rook takes, bishop takes. Bishop check. Yeah. And we get rook takes. Even if bishop takes, I think we just can pop it in like this. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Hang on. Let's calculate properly. After bishop takes. Double check. Okay. And we see the finish. So he takes with the queen and resigns. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Oh, they're waiting for something? What are they waiting for? I'm very confused. Huh. Maybe. Slow motion replay. Oh, okay. What? They resumed play by the looks of it. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find out what happened because. Okay. Well, they have since resumed play. No, they haven't. The 46 is stuck at. So. Okay, so he played queen takes, bishop takes, and Kostya stopped the clock because. Why? Illegal move? Is he in check? Did they get to the end of the score sheet? I don't see what happened. Okay, I don't know what happened. Didn't write his move down. Oh, damn. All right. Okay. Problem notation. Yeah. Hey, I'm good. No, it's not strange. I think they're professionals. Like, they should be able to do this, you know? Um, let's catch up a little bit. There is a lot of material though. There is imbalance, but Kostya needs every second he can get. And also, if Kostya is, yeah, I don't know if he gets extra time. I think his opponent gets a warning, and his opponent has to write all the moves on his time if he's not caught up. But yeah, this won't be super easy to convert. And you've got to be tricky. Knights, like there's a lot of mating net potential and stuff on the board. Oh, I think we're way ahead on the video. My bad. Okay. Yeah, the knight is doing a good job covering dark squares with the knight bishop setup. But fine. Let's not just allow a pawn to like smash through the ranks. That's the important thing. Okay. But yeah, there's still time scramble, still opportunity for things to go wrong. It's not that straightforward. There's enough material to cause a lot of problems. They should be winning, but I think it's harder to win, so I'm going to bring the eval down. Or on a human level, maybe it's even like... But it like before it felt like there was something. This feels like a technique and conversion. I'm scared of this pawn though. Oh no, just on such low time. Queen check. We're covering. This pawn is also looking a bit loose. Yeah, yeah. Should be winning. Right, exactly. So never take it for granted. You've got to beat GMs in every single aspect and area of the game as well, though. Like, this guy is not going to give up. And he's getting his king over to do damage. As much as he physically can. I wouldn't say just bishop a2, though, because he's in check. And if bishop a2, I have a feeling... oh, yeah, sorry. He's in check. It's not black to move. Okay. Now things are going to get tricky. Now things are going to get real tricky. And we can't allow any annoying knight forks. And this pawn is also loose. They might find a way to repeat. Bishop check, knight takes, queen takes check. Looks pretty juicy. So you can't take with the knight, but then you can probably go like here. And it's like, what have we actually got? Scary. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But you don't have to, doesn't have to take. I'm scared at how close this king has come to this pawn. We do have our own pawns, but they're just completely blockaded. The opponent has found a really good defensive setup. I think this is terrifying me. Terrifying. It's like rook here. Uh-oh. Come on, Kostya. I believe. The problem is if like queen here, rook here, queen here, for example, bishop here work like is just winning. Now rook here. Bishop. Like we might have to sack a piece for this pawn. We might have to try sack the bishop for the pawn. So he pushes. All right, king's coming. Rook c7. And can we go queen b8? I'm really scared. Come on, Kostya. You got this. Can we get any a4? Do we draw this? I think this is a draw. Okay, king's in front of the pawn. The low time is terrifying me. Where's the human eval? I don't know, because now knight takes f4. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Alright, check. Can we just check to oblivion? I hope so. Oh wait, he didn't go knight f4? Oh. Wow. That's some class. Okay, so he's gone queen check. Oh my god, the bishop. Oh, that's disgusting. Okay, and why can't we do this? Check here. Here. We sack for it. Is that a draw? I don't know if the material's a draw or not. Oh, knight d3. Knight d3 is brutal. What a play. Oh my god. This is so painful. All right, we go after the pawn. We get the pawn. We draw. Wow. Crazy. Crazy. Oh, man. Surely we can get that little pawn. Okay. Well, I'm gonna yeah, eval this. Oof. Damn. Bishop g5. Well, then this pawn is loose, right? Bishop here to go here and cut the king off if possible, but maybe a4 is needed. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm clueless. Because the king coming in is scary. But I guess we do this. I guess we do this. Okay, all the pawns are being held. If the knight has to sack itself for the bishop is of the wrong color. So if we get in the corner, we should be okay. Yeah. So black has to win this pawn. But the bishop is holding. So we should be good, right? This should be a defensive setup. So he says. As long as we don't allow any forks. That's all I'm talking about. Okay, so he provokes a4. I don't understand the idea. All right. Sorry, guys. Okay. So we get bishop e4 check. I'm assuming king b2. Oh, no way. Huge raid. Let's go. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, welcome. We are, well, in the end of Kostya's game, which he was crushing this 2500 I am. He's had an amazing game, and now he had to sack his queen back, and now he's trying to hold the draw. Eval should be 0-0. You think? Also, I can't see. Cantano Chess. Also, sorry, I didn't see who it was, but I appreciate the raid. Also, thanks for raiding Joel on the Dojo channel as well. Joel, this was an incredible game by Kostya. And then time trouble, I think it slipped away just minutely. Joel, were you doing commentary? But yeah, this was an insane game. We're gonna put it equal. I'm worried. I'm worried about this. This is. It's also the momentum change because Kostya was in control for like the game. There's one kind of key moment that he missed a little bit, but okay, Kostya's gone king d2. Is that in the hope that if king here, we have king e3, of course, of course. Oh, my keyboard isn't working. Yeah, so if king here, we would have gone king e3, but bishop's gone back. But then do we have chance to kind of push our pawns? No. Long story short. So now we're holding our pawn. Okay. Knight e6. I mean, the thing is, if we allow the king in, the bishop, like, this is really nice technique. I don't know if we can hold this if we allow the sack. I don't think... Because the bishop is just guarding both of these diagonals. Oh, damn. I don't think we can hold. Okay. Opposition. Zugzwang. Zugzwang. Ouch. Can we go here? Probably not. Okay, check. That's handy. but not handy enough. Okay. Maybe we need to keep it on this diagonal to stop the king coming. And then we can get king b2. We need the knight off the board. King c3 is just pain. Okay. What chances? Okay. His opponent has played so well on low time as well. But maybe there's no way through still. Because this is intuition, right? His opponent has built up some time to do a little bits of calculation, but is there a world they could set up a bishop and knight mate in the corner? Ah, well, now we attack the knight, right? We go, we want the knight, thank you. Please come at me. Okay. We go bishop back. We're always trying to make sure the bishop is protected. Okay. Oh, now this is interesting. Can we go bishop here? All right, bishop back up. Coach is going to move back and forth and say, I've got a fortress. Find it. Ooh, knight a5. Okay, looking for check. Let's say we move somewhere. Go back. Check. I mean, we give up the pawn. We don't really want to do that. So, no. King c1. King c3. Oh, king c1 played. King c3, we check again. King in, we go up. The problem is we can't. We need to, like, shuffle over. Now, here, king check. Here. Okay, Kostya goes here. Yeah, I was trying to look at here. King check. All right, sorry. All right, so we're allowing the a3 pawn to drop. I'm assuming there's a method to the madness. And we're hitting a3. Knight goes here. We're saying you're okay to have the pawn. Just please take my bishop. Okay, so now we go king b1. All right, king a2. I wouldn't be surprised. But I'm worried that there's some like mating that. Maybe king here. No. Okay, we go king a1. Staying out of checks, out of principle. And now... knight's going to come here and here. So we need to stop that. We have to stop that. Or here. No, we take. We'd be fine. So surely bishop here, but then knight takes pawn. Ouch. How do we stop? Oh, it's not mate. But it feels like it... Oh, here's a move as well. So brutal. Sorry, chat. I haven't been reading. Bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Can we set up stalemate though? I think it's knight here. It's just... We cooked. Yeah, knight a3. That's why I wanted further back bishop here. Like I thought here. But you can't keep that forever because we just get zugzwanged. Yeah. No, he promotes to a knight. Lol. The knight under promotion. Damn. The jokes, man. Technically, yeah, it's an equal move. I'm so gutted for Kostya on that. He played such a good game. Oh, the time trouble. Wow. His opponent played so well on low time. So well on low time. Impressive. Crazy technique. Oh my god. Okay, I just took a look at the rating at the eval graph. Kostya was killing it. He was +5 at one point. Ouch. Ouch. Chess is brutal. I mean, I hope he's happy with the game because, you know, 200 points higher rated opponent. over 200 points higher rated opponent, and Kostya was cruising. He really played an awesome game. Unfortunate. I'll drop him a message just quickly, make sure he's okay, and also if he wanted to come in. Oh, there he is. Let me just get him inbound. Oh. Hello. Oh, I can't hear you. Oh, yeah, I can hear you. 1 sec. I'm just getting you up for chat as well. Damn, dude. Wait, where was I had you? Discord. There we go. Hello. All right. I think we can hear you.
Hey.
How you feeling?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Woe is me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, from the opening, he was spending a lot of time. Did you surprise him?
I don't think so. I mean, he surprised me a lot, actually. Because I wasn't expecting to get the Nimzo. And I've played this line before, but probably what happened was, before the game, I checked a bunch of stuff. He probably checked a bunch of stuff, and like he just couldn't remember like this variation exactly.
Yeah.
I also might have misplayed it and unknowingly played a novelty.
I mean
I don't know.
it looked pretty good from our side perspective. Okay, Nimzo. Yeah, I mean, so this is following Master Games on the database, on Chess.com's database. I'm sure there's more on ChessBase, but Knight B4, well, there was only one game that had Knight B4 when he played Knight B4. All of the other games are like the win rates for White were like insanely good. Like it was like 60%, like 50% in terms of Master Games. So like, yeah, and then Night Before was the only one where it was like it had like a draw and a back loss, but then it was like against a 1700 versus like a 2600, so it made no real difference.
Yeah. I mean, if I remember the line correctly, and Knight G4 is right,
and Knight
I
B4,
believe.
when he played, so Knight G4 is right, but then he played Knight B4.
Yeah, Knight B4 was definitely new for me, but if this is the line like I'd prepped before, then yeah, I'm pretty sure Matthias Bluebom has a bunch of games from this position
Oh, nice.
after Knight G4. If I'm remembering it right, I could be mistaken. But yeah, it's a Bluebom specialty.
Okay. I can probably find. Yeah, Matthias
Yeah,
Bluebom, like a bunch of games. Yeah,
a bunch of games. Okay, so it's the right position.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, loads.
Yeah, it's yeah, I thought I played well.
Yeah, we thought you played it incredibly well. There wasn't any anything
I'm surprised
specifically.
you said it was only +5. I actually thought it would be more.
Yeah, I just checked the rating graph quickly. I'm not sure specifically which, although okay, time trouble at the end is like brutal, but yeah, Rook H2, I think, because the F you're lacking in F5 after Rook H2, because you paused for a bit there as well. So you played Knight E7, and you sort of paused for a bit, and I was like, well, yeah, I assumed it was. Were you planning F5 after Knight E7 or?
Yeah, I missed his move Knight G7.
Oh, sorry, Knight G7 is what I meant. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't realize he can make this move,
Right.
And then I spent all my time there like trying to sack the exchange with H5.
With
Which is
H5.
probably impractical.
So I very briefly jokingly looked at F5 sacking the exchange. And And weirdly,
F5 I didn't. Yeah.
it's. I mean, it's probably like, but F5, Bishop H2, King H2. Um,
Hmm.
and then you get some like Knight H6, King H8, and you get to take the pawn on B5. Um, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't look at this one too closely. Um,
Because you get rid of his
I was
one
mainly
active bishop.
analyzing.
I think that's the only benefit.
Yeah, no, actually, it's quite interesting. Because yeah, strategically, like my idea is just to open the king side and play against the bishop on b7. Just kind of
Hmm.
argue I have an extra piece. But I found this plan very quickly to go knight f2, knight h1, knight
Yeah,
g3, and
that was really
I think it
nice.
worked out really.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think it worked out well in the game. Yeah, so I should have just played it much faster instead of spending all my time.
Right, right. Because yeah, you spent a lot of time, and then you played it, and I was like, oh, knight H1, knight G3. It's sorts because I was like, oh, well now it's a problem because we can't play F5, and then I was like, well, what if we do play F5? And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then it was like, well, knight H5 just like blocks everything, and then yeah, when you played knight F2, I was like, oh, yeah, of course. And then your plan's still completely the same, kind of, and it was hard. Like, I didn't
Yeah.
see what his move should be. Because he played F5 and then knight E5. Debating between knight E5 and knight H6. I don't really know the difference. Because knight H6, king H8, and then knight G3, I guess. But
Yeah. Yeah, basically I was just worried my knight would get offsides on h6
mm-hmm.
and kind of block the h file that I'm trying to open.
Yeah,
And so knight e5, I realized that at some point he'll take, but yeah, I figured that I kind of have to do that.
yeah. And he goes back knight G3, rook B8. I mean, it was here. I was like, well, what move does he play here? Like, what has he actually got? So I was just yeah. And I was like, well, on something like rook b3, you just have h5. Yeah, I mean, this was all. It seemed all great. But yeah, time. Yeah, and this knight maneuver as well. After bishop takes, rook here. I was wondering queen h6. Here as well. Or bishop h. To be honest, bishop h4 is probably better, so his king doesn't move. And now queen h6. I was wondering about, but yeah.
Wait, can you go back? Yeah, before bishop h4. Um, why didn't I go queen h6? Oh, queen e6 he goes. Okay. Okay, then I still have to.
You still have to.
But I bishop takes f5, no?
Ah, yeah, bishop f5.
Yeah, I missed
Yeah.
bishop f5.
There was some Sachs ideas. Takes knight takes.
Yeah, already here, yeah, I was just starting to panic, as usual.
Yeah, yeah. But like the time was here, and then yeah, because here I thought queen h6 because that now I was like, well, you can't actually move. Because how do you defend this pawn? I just don't see.
Well,
Because
here he moves the. Yeah, he moves the knight again. I sack on f5. Yeah. Yeah, I knew g6 was the target, but I just didn't spot this
I
one.
mean, yeah, time is insane.
Probably sack with the bishop, but
Oh yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
all good.
But yeah, this all yeah seemed super good. And then we were like, oh great. And then we're like, actually, this is really hard to convert. Like,
Yeah, surprisingly, he gets this like beautiful blockade, and
I like these pieces. Like, I can't remember. Someone in chat was like, it's really annoying because the knight is really nicely doing an amazing job covering in the dark squares, and then like the bishop and knight are like unassailable. And he played insanely well on no time. Like, um, was he not writing his moves? There was like a moment you paused the clock.
yeah, he did this twice where like if your opponent makes a move, you're allowed to make your response, but you can't make a second response.
Right.
You can't make a move, they respond, and then you respond without writing your first move down.
Yeah.
So he did it twice. It's not a big deal. Like I didn't call it the first time, but I wish I did.
Yeah.
Because the second time the arbiter came over and gave him a warning. Um,
Hmm.
and I mean, it's not such a big deal, but like if you don't call it out, like you're kind of just losing time.
Yeah.
Um, and so it's a little bit unfair.
Yeah. Oh, if
Uh,
you both have to, by the rules, like record your moves, and you're both kind of professional chess players, so like you should be doing it.
yeah, it's also, kids tend to do this more than adults. Where I mean, it's a very common thing that like
Mm,
people know this rule, but they forget about it. But yeah, like you can make one move quickly, your response, but you can't make two moves without writing them down.
mm.
Um, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, but the problem is when I made a big stink of it, then I got tilted, all of a sudden,
Yeah, yeah,
because like the arbiter comes over and like he's arguing with me. He's like, uh, because the kid he wrote his moves down when I paused the clock, right?
yeah, yeah,
And so the arbiter comes over and he's like, "Well, I see that his score sheet is complete." And I'm like, "Yeah, he wrote the moves when I paused the clock, right?"
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, he's like, "Well, but I don't see anything." I'm like, "Well, we have a
We have
camera.
a
Do you want
camera.
you
Yeah,
want
yeah,
to
yeah,
take
yeah,
a camera?" I mean, but anyway, the arbiter he took my side. He's like, "Okay, first warning. You can't do it again."
yeah,
And then yeah, I mean, mostly I was tilted because the position was so hard to win, which I realized,
yeah.
and of course I shouldn't have lost it. I just started blundering the
But
c pawn.
yeah, but still, like he found like, and also this was it like instead of taking the d4 pawn, he went like knight f4, like this resource. Like he was extremely, like his technique was insanely good. Um,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, kid calculates very, very quickly. Yeah. For me, he's a mini Sindarov, Sindarov
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Jr.
yeah. Well, I was like, oh great, you've got like a 2500 2530 IM from Uzbekistan. Good luck. But I mean, you were killing it, so okay. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
and then
there's
okay,
good things to take
after
away.
the game, afterwards, I made sure to like we cleared the air. I apologize for making a big stink, but I just want to explain to him that like
Yeah,
it is unfair
yeah,
that and I think we shook hands, so I think it was all good. It
yeah,
was
yeah,
no hard feelings,
yeah.
which is important because I don't think he was doing it intentionally or anything.
No, no, it's just like, yeah, one of those. Yeah, I get that.
Um, yeah, no, I'm more, obviously more upset that I couldn't calculate till the end.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
And no.
has chat got any questions as well? While I'm here, anyone hanging around? But yeah, in general, like the game was just pretty good. Bishop g5. Um, right here. People are
Yeah,
asking.
of course
Oh, Bishop
I
g5
should have
here.
put my bishop on the diagonal
Wait, what?
instead of trying to stop the pawn with the king.
Idea is queen d6. Oh, and we
Yeah, no, of course black never takes the bishop.
yeah,
So it's still hard to get the queen over. Like I couldn't figure out
yeah.
how to do it. Um, yeah, I should have taken on a5 instead of giving queen h6 check. The issue is bishop takes a5. I saw rook to b5. And my bishop is trapped. Um,
Uh, yeah,
and so I just couldn't figure. Maybe there's a resource, but
yeah. Because there's
I
no,
couldn't
unless we
find
just give
it.
infinite checks or something. But that doesn't feel like that's possible. No. Is there some like
Well,
skewer or fork? No.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I didn't take on a5 at this moment because like I was a little afraid of rook f7 check with counterplay.
Ah.
So that's why I gave queen h6 check first to
I,
like force his king over.
yeah. I mean that kind of makes sense.
But then yeah, once his king is on e8, then I really thought my bishop is caught. So
Yeah.
that looked very scary to take on it. Maybe there's something, but I didn't see it during the game.
Hmm. Oh.
So yeah, I should have just put the bishop on g5, like park it on c1, and then I don't know if I can win because he has this like nasty blockade, but yeah, for sure I don't lose.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Crazy. Crazy. I mean, you got to beat everyone at every single point in the game. Like, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Bishop c7. Yeah, bishop. So yeah, it's the kind of like a computer move that's very hard to see in time trouble. Kind of thing. I think there's some like checks on d6, but yeah, this resulting endgame we got is interesting. I don't know if anyone in chat checked the engine. I haven't looked yet, but yeah, I'm curious. I thought it might be a draw, but it was very, very tough to hold because like if I stay in the corner, I get mated, and if I leave the corner, then it's at some point he can take on a3.
yeah, let's okay. Let's have a look. Okay, so from which point do you wanna from when the sax
Like okay, just one variation. Let's like when I have like both pawns still, and his king is on like I don't know c4 or
oh, on
c3.
c4. All right, okay, so quite a way down.
Yeah. So once I'm down a piece and I'm trying to hold this end
Okay,
game.
this is exclam. You have a 0.95 advantage supposedly.
Yeah. Here I'm still good. I just need to keep that pass pawn under lock and key. You know, I did not manage to
Yeah,
do.
but like because after rook c7, I didn't see what was here, but apparently bishop e7,
Right.
or queen
Yeah, bishop
c8,
e7. I wanted to play. Yeah.
queen c8, or queen
Bishop.
g6. So I don't understand queen g6 unless it's just trying to get in front of the pawn. But I
I think just stopping the pawn. Yeah.
um yeah,
Um.
bishop e7 being the other one. Okay, that makes sense. And queen
But
c8.
yeah, I want to go to that final end game. Um.
Oh yeah.
Where I'm trying to hold.
Oh, so apparently king e3 is the big
Yeah.
plan.
Of course, king e3, and then I just can't stop the pawn.
Yeah.
Um.
Okay, eval bar and king c2 is also so. Wait, let me so you can see on stream, or I can screen share. Do you want me to screen share or?
No. It's okay. It's okay. I don't need to see the bar or anything.
Cool. Yeah, and then king
I just
c2
want to see the
is
position.
yeah.
So let's go deeper after I give the queen back and
Oh yeah.
like towards the end. Like before I lose the d pawn, the d4 pawn. I think that's kind of the key position. Yeah, so this endgame, right? So like he gives check. I decide to leave my king in the center, and yeah. So let's say I don't go bishop b4 check because that was me panicking.
Mm-hmm.
What I thought would happen, like okay, let's just play. Let's say I go king d1, and he plays king b2 just to shut me out. Um, let's say king d2. And let's say he brings his bishop like okay, he has to be very precise not to allow like d5 and stuff, but basically what I'm afraid of is oh yeah, number one you can take on c5 and that's I think that's losing.
Yeah.
Um so I shouldn't allow this. But yeah, otherwise I'm in Zugzwang because I can't hold on to all the pawns. But yeah, this one should be losing because I can't get to the corner. Um
And the bishop is just yeah, we can't do it.
the bishop
So
covers
painful.
everything and like let's say king c1, he goes or even king b3 and then just runs the a pawn.
Yeah. Yeah. I think if he gets his bishop on his diagonal, it's
So c6, a3, c7, a2, and I'm not in time.
mm-hmm.
Um, so I don't know. Maybe it's a draw, but yeah, very very hard to hold. I think. At least I couldn't figure it out.
Engine doesn't believe it's a draw, but that's obviously engine.
Oh, okay, so yeah, if it's losing with best play, then
Yeah, you actually
at
played
least I
best with
cannot feel
bishop
bad
b4
about
check.
losing a drawn endgame.
No, no, no. You no, it's -3. Um,
Okay. Oh,
but yeah,
good to
bishop
know.
b4 was actually the best reply when you played it. And then it's -1.9. um, uh, but yeah, it's
Okay, a bit strange evaluation. I mean, it should be
yeah,
either losing or a draw, but
yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like maybe there's like some level of chance to hold, like, but mm, I don't know, because I never know with
not for
engines
the.
whether unless it's like table base. Actually, that should be table base. It's like 6 places on
Yeah, but even without table base, it's like the engine should be strong enough to
to convert.
to just
Yeah,
calculate it out.
yeah.
Yeah, one way or the other. That's okay. I should go to dinner.
Yep.
Thank you, Matt, again for covering.
No worries. Cool. Good luck tomorrow, dude.
Thank you, thank you. Probably no stream in the morning, but I'll see you back for round 4.
Yep.
Okay, great. Alrighty.
All right. See you,
I
everybody.
go uh
We'll raid
I go
somebody.
take it easy.
Sam, can you raid someone on the Dojo channel? All right. See ya.
Bye bye. See you everyone.
No worries. I don't know how much value my commentary adds to Dojo, but it is amazing to see Coach's games. He's playing really well. Um, you're a mod though. You can do /raid browser and have a look. No, I believe mods should have that right. I will same category. See who's up and running. All right. Who is here? I don't see. Alex is live again. Dojo, I could raid Dojo, but that would be a pointless endeavor. Sure. All right. Oh, actually, I can raid from Chess Dojo. What am I saying? I'm logged into the Chess Dojo account. So, um, all right, guys. I appreciate you hanging around. No music streams as well. I may stream later tonight, but actually, I'm probably going to do some chess study. I've been doing a couple hours every day for the past few days, which has been good. My raid browser is not. Oh, there we go. Hopefully that's raiding Dojo. Dojo should have had the raid command sent through. I have no idea. But in any case, thank you everybody. Please reach out to people. Go give your love to Alex, and I will see you later. All right. GG's everybody.